Hello, everyone on the stream. We're going to get started here pretty soon. We're waiting on one player to get in. Appreciate you being here with us early, but today should be the finale for this. So give me just a few seconds. I'll probably switch it over to the screen capture, but just wanted to say good morning to you guys. Afternoon now. And yeah, we'll get started soon. Bum, bum, bum. Brian, how are you doing? That good, huh?
Yeah.
You ready to watch X-Men immediately after we're done playing?
Yeah.
Well, did you already?
For leaks,
I know. I stayed off of Twitter. I got on this morning because I guess they released the episodes at like midnight. So I was like scrolling Twitter this morning and there were already like all kinds of stuff. And I was like, oh, okay, well, staying off Twitter for now. I mean,
That's what I did remember when. Oh, so
no, go ahead.
you go on.
No.
No, it's okay.
I was just gonna say, I mean, it's all based off of a comic book storyline, so a lot of it is just like, okay, well, yeah, I get it, but seeing the visuals is different.
Is there a new movie or series or?
It's a new series, so it's X-Men 97. It's technically it picks up exactly after the original animated series ends. So it is just amazing. Like they're showing off the X-Men's powers in ways that they've never shown them off before. Um, it's truly just like a love story to X-Men, which is great. But it's following a different, not a different timeline, but it's following a different storyline from the original X-Men. So Professor Xavier has already died in this story. Storm has just lost her powers. Like, things are happening in the series that like happened in the comics, but they're just like they're finally showing it in this animated form, which is really, really good. So
Always liked the X-Men, so I'll probably also watch
yeah,
that one.
it's a good time. But yeah, if you ever liked X-Men, I recommend it. It's definitely good, especially if you grew up watching the original animated series. Definitely scratches an itch.
I
Which
have
one?
watched it when I was younger, but I don't remember too much.
That's okay. I don't feel like you have to watch. Like I didn't go back and watch all of the animated series because I think it's 2 or 3 seasons. It's not too much, but you don't have to watch the original again to pick up on this one. It's just really, really good. All right, Daniel, how's it looking? How long you got till you get back? If you can hear me, blink twice if you're okay. Exactly. Da-na-na-na-na-na.
That's us going towards the D&D session, like 5 minutes before.
That's the party. I always wanted to run X-Men in D&D.
That'd be fucking cool.
Yeah.
Ooh.
You could definitely do it, but things take time,
Can I be Blob?
You could be Blob, yeah.
I want to be Blob.
I want to be a furry.
You could be a furry. You could be a furry in real life, technically. You could be a blob in real life, I guess. Kind of.
What?
Blob, the immovable object.
Mm.
Or the immovable man, I guess. He can, he's a very large human being, but he can essentially manipulate his density to where he can't be moved.
That's cool.
Yeah. It's one of the X-Men memes is because Blob is the immovable man and Juggernaut is the unstoppable force.
Juggernaut.
So it was always like the meme, like what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable man. They only addressed it a couple times in the comics. Essentially, Blob couldn't be moved, but Juggernaut put out so much force that it essentially ripped the earth apart underneath Blob. So it was never yeah. There's also a storyline where Blob kind of goes kind of crazy and he eats people and he eats Wasp.
What?
Whoa.
That's a pretty
Hell.
it's pretty graphic. It's a pretty graphic one. I think it's the Old Man Logan storyline, isn't it? No, that's
Is it?
Hulk. That's the Hulk. He eats people. Welcome back, Daniel.
Why?
Thank you.
Why does he eat people though?
Which one,
Zombie?
Hulk or Blob?
Both.
Oh well,
Can I change my thing now?
can you? What thing are you
I don't
changing?
want to be. I don't want to be Blob anymore.
Oh, okay, yeah. Blob kind of goes a little crazy. I think it might have been in the Ultimate Universe, but yeah, he's just a really evil guy, and so I think Wasp goes in to like infiltrate and try to figure out what he's doing, and he ends up eating her. And then the Hulk, that's interesting, because in the Old Man storyline, there was like a virus, I think, that took out a lot of the mutants, and they'd just been essentially hunted, so there were only a few mutants left, and the Hulk had like set up some kind of refuge, I guess, with the other Hulk individuals, and they essentially became like this inbred society. So you had a bunch of inbred Hulks, and that's what they did. So like Old Man Logan went to go see if, like, I don't remember what the interaction was, but Old Man Logan and Hulk interacted. Logan went to where the Hulk refuge was, and Hulk ate him, and then Logan burst out of his stomach. It's pretty cool. And then he killed the other Hulks. So yeah, the comic books are weird, man. Comics are weird, but they're great. They're good.
Actually,
Well,
I read this almost like in DC universe comics also with a lot of weird shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, all kinds.
So I don't know.
So Marvel has like the Ultimate line, and usually Ultimate X-Men, Ultimate Spider-Man, they're the weird ones. They're like, they go out of the way to make things a little bit more weird. And most of the good guys aren't like in the normal universe, there's good guys and bad guys. And in the Ultimate Universe, it's more like everyone is just morally gray. They do some pretty terrible things, but
yeah.
I thought I heard Daniel.
He's there. He just came in.
Okay.
All right, so everybody ready?
Yes.
Everybody ready to get started? Everybody?
Yes. Sir.
Okay, so we're gonna do a brief recap of kind of everything, I suppose, but we'll just touch base. It's over a series of 3 days now that you guys have been inside Candlekeep, so a lot has happened in 3 days and in 16 sessions, so it's probably a good thing to get you guys spun up again. So after your last adventure in Candlekeep, you were essentially gifted this book by Janussi. And after interacting with the book, you were sucked into an alternate Candlekeep dimension, alternate Candlekeep timeline, series of time, whatever you want to call it, like a bubble of time. And you approached Candlekeep, were invited in by Skoda, the first reader, and were informed that Janussi, the Keeper of Tomes, had been murdered the night previous. So after some deliberation with the council and everything, you all were hired and assigned as the lead investigators for this murder. So over the first day, you investigated the murder scene. You interviewed or interrogated potential witnesses or people who would have information. Asked people for motives, opportunity, things like that, and uncovered a few things. You discovered that Janussi was in fact poisoned. You discovered that the injury to his chest and his heart being removed was done after the fact. So he was not killed by the bladed weapon or his heart being removed. He was killed by the poison, and then his heart was removed afterwards. His vault was broken into, and some of the things seemed to be missing. And various people had various motives and alibis and accusations to be thrown around. And on your first day, it was pretty much, you had a couple of suspects. Your biggest one probably being Silvira Savikas, who was the lover of Janussi, his partner. But she seemed to be the most obvious choice because they had just had a fight the night before and the morning of the murder, and it just seemed a lot of people were pointing the finger at her. A few people saw her running out at night out on the ramparts, and she didn't really have a good alibi other than that she was sick and she was going for a walk. And so it seemed like all kind of fingers pointed to her at first. But you continued to investigate. You found out that Alai had kind of claimed that Janussi had named him as his successor. Fimbris also claimed the same thing. Skoda, as the first reader, was kind of seen as the next runner-up, so she was in charge of Candlekeep while the keeper was deceased and before a new one had been named. So there were a lot of players involved. That night,
Is it Fimbris or Feminar?
You're right. I'm sorry, I said Fimbris, but it's Feminor. So thank you. Fimbris is your little companion guy. Feminor is the halfling. But so you found out a lot of conflicting information, and it just caused more confusion than anything. You visited the apothecary a couple of times and tried to figure out where the the poison came from. Essentially, you went to after the first night of investigating, the first day, a couple of you, Alaric and Adom, witnessed a large monstrosity running across the rooftops of Candlekeep that no one else saw. It was reported, but no one really found anything else out. And that night, it appeared that Kalen, the gate warden, had disappeared. And so you went to his tower that following morning. Well, I'm sorry, the following morning you found out that Darl had been killed. Darl was found dead in the bathhouse. There were no witnesses, but he appeared to have some of the similar symptoms that Janussi did. I believe that Emmy even cast Speak with Dead on Darl, and you discovered that they had a fight the night previously. Darl had punched Janussi in the nose. He was the one that gifted Janussi the book, but he did not know who killed him. He did not even really know how he died, just that he went to the bathhouse, and here he was. So you went to go relay all that information to Skoda for the most part, and Skoda informed you that Kalen was missing. So you went to his place of residence, the Sea Warden Tower, and found a note that was signed by the initial S to meet him at the Pont de Peramour that previous night. And so you went there and you discovered a scene of a potential murder, signs of struggle. So you investigated there. You found several sets of footprints, one potentially belonging to Kalen, one potentially by a humanoid murderer, and then you found beast-like footprints that looked like the claws. I believe I described them. They were tiger-like. They were pretty big and tiger-like. So you went to go relay that also to Skoda, and were informed that there was a tournament, the Casketball tournament. So in the afternoon of day 2, you all went to go to the Casketball tournament. Some of you decided to participate. However, you discovered that in between the first and second round, Skoda had disappeared, and Alaric decided it was in the party's best interest to go and investigate rather than continue on with the Casketball tournament. So you found a replacement player, someone from the stands, and just another avowed. And while the rest of the party continued on and actually won the Casketball tournament, Alaric followed Skoda through the alleyways or through the streets of Candlekeep back up to Exaltation. And just as the rest of the party, just as the torchlighters were being declared the victors and the winners of the Casketball tournament, Alaric found Skoda's body in the uppermost floor of her room, of the Reader's Tower, with her throat cut out. There were no, her door was unlocked. There were no other signs of a struggle or anything like that. But it was pretty clear that she had been most recently murdered. At the same time, however, there was a large explosion in the Keeper's Tower, or in the High Tower, I should say. Excuse me. And the glass of the auditorium was blown out, and mages, a couple of the avowed, were tossed from the window, and you could hear their bodies hit the roofs. And shortly after that, the defenses around Candlekeep went out. And from your vantage point, well, most of the torchlighters from their vantage point at the Oval Auditorium or the Oval Cathedral, you all could see several mages and several other people changing into polymorph forms, taking off and flying in the direction of the high tower. You were approached by Todrick and asked for help, which you all agreed to, and he cast Fly on several of you, and you all took off with him. And upon arriving on scene at the library auditorium, or the library lobby, you found a creature there who appeared to be a fiend and had already hurt, injured, killed several of the mages and avowed, and a quick combat ensued. So you all began fighting him. He ended up biting Evie and causing some damage to her, but you were able to keep him off for the most part until Silvira showed up. And Silvira ordered you all to stop. She cast a time stop spell, and while you all were stopped in time, she she removed a magical artifact from the beast, who we now know is named Mazikoto. She assisted Todrick in reviving or stabilizing some of the injured and dead mages, and she also placed a wall of force between Mazikoto and the rest of you, and let Mazikoto run out the window. And when the time stop ended, she explained that Mazikoto was her son, that he had been placed under some kind of control by someone, and showed you the bracelets, essentially the chains that were keeping him bound to someone. And she pleaded with you not to chase him, that he was not responsible for this, and that she would aid you as much as she could. And with Todrick's encouragement, with you and Todrick's deliberation, you decided to trust her and let her go for now. Todrick essentially placed Candlekeep in your control over the rest of the readers. Some of the readers, Feminor, Alai, and I believe it was, I believe his name starts with a T. Anybody know? Anybody remember?
Todrick?
No, Todrick is the second in command to the Warden. It was another one of the readers. Feminor was there, Alai was there, and is it Tellus? I want to say Tellus. Yeah, thank you guys. Tellus all came up to approach, and Todrick essentially shut them down. Again, like I said, giving you all control, and ordered his guards to escort the readers directly to their chambers, quote unquote, for their security. He believes, obviously, that some of the readers were responsible for the deaths here. And so he didn't really trust them, but he trusted you because you were outsiders. So after placing you all in command, he asked you to come with him to the Keeper's library. And he showed you upstairs. So he revealed that before Kaelin's death, he had given his key to the library to Todrick because he believed his life was in danger. And that was seen, it appeared to be prophetic, because Kaelin had died later that evening, and now Todrick had access. So he unlocked the lift that took you guys up to the library, and you discovered that someone had tampered with the Candlekeep defenses, the orbs that were responsible for keeping that magic flowing. And you also discovered that someone had been searching through a tome that had been placed on the desk with a cryptogram inside of it. And so you guys were then given access, or let's see, I could pull that up. Were shown this cryptogram. Boop. And so the race was on, because more or less as soon as you all discovered the cryptogram and Todrick discovered that the defenses were down, sure enough, several figures appeared to teleport into the Court of Heirs out in the front of Candlekeep, and began to filter into Exaltation. And so it appeared that now someone else had access to this information just slightly before you all did, and it was your job to hopefully make sure that that whatever was in this vault of secrets didn't fall into the hands of the enemy. So you did a couple of things, or you started at a couple of places. I believe the first clue that you investigated was the base insult of a Black Knight, and so you went to the Grove. You went to the area just outside of Exaltation, and found a large chessboard, and there tipped over the oldest Black Knight and discovered that on the bottom was written the word Fuse de Lugs. So you plugged that into the cipher and got your first letters. After that, you tried to solve the true name of She Who Serves in Spirit, and after some consultation, you realized that that belonged to Miriam, the spirit dragon, the ghost dragon that lives in the catacombs of Candlekeep. And rather than trying to locate her again through the catacombs, you decided to go directly to the library of dragons here, the Draconoicus. And there you found Thava, and while Thava was reluctant in helping you directly, she did point you in the right direction. And after several hours of searching, you were able to discover the true name of Miriam, which was Vidakik. But upon revealing that information to the party, you discovered that an assassin had apparently been watching you the entire time and trying to discover the same information, or trying to get you all to reveal the information. But unfortunately, Thava caught him just as you all were leaving, and so Thava was killed, and a fight ensued. The assassin the assassin before had mentioned a name of Manshun, and after defeating him, after a tough fight, you all were able to confirm that he did work for someone named Manshun, but he didn't reveal much more than that, other than there were more assassins like him, and that all of you were essentially searching for the same thing. He was sent there to gather information and report back to Manshun. But he died, and his remains were not disintegrated, but what's the cantrip that you have, Emmy? I always forget what it's called. Decompose, right?
Compose.
Yeah.
Perfect, yeah. So Emmy decomposed the assassin's body at the base of the dragon statue of the Draconoicus, and you all decided to secure the building and set up for the night so that Thava could be seen to by Emmy, and the rest of you could set up a perimeter and be secured. So unbeknownst to you that night, a doppelganger had snuck its way or found its way into the library, one way or the other, had originally, and took the place of Evie. And so when the morning came, the party left and departed for the next clue, or to find the next clue, and it was the last one. The reply of Bathbayar, excuse me. The reply of Bathbayar when you give him a hand. And so you departed immediately for... Oh, I'm sorry. I lied to you. The next clue you went to was the Eastern Light of Mistress Mantle. And so you went to the Astronomicon. That's where you went to go get the answer. You discovered, or you remembered, or Thava helped you and recalled that Mistress Mantle is the name of a constellation. And so you figured the best place to find the name, or the name of a star in a constellation, was probably Astronomicon. And sure enough, you headed directly there. So upon entering the library and discovering that it was a zero gravity zone, and realizing how that the books were sorted, you were then attacked by a group of thugs and martial arts adepts, and hilarity and chaotic things ensued. And you all were flying around the room and getting blown about and attacked about and bouncing off of each other. But you ended up being victorious and found out that the Eastern Light, or the Eastern Star in that constellation, is called Limnes. And so you could have added that to your cryptogram. As soon as that combat was over, as soon as the answer was revealed, Fimbris, your old friend Fimbris, appeared there in the Astronomicon with you and relayed that Todrick was in trouble, that he was being attacked, and that he was requesting your help in the School of Drama. And you all agreed to follow Fimbris there. So he led you through to the School of Drama. And when you arrived, things seemed a little bit odd. Fimbris didn't quite seem to be acting himself. He pointed beyond the curtains into the darkness and stated that Todrick was back there and that he could be hurt and you all needed to go immediately. And so you all tried to determine like what was going on and whether or not it was safe to go back there. Kyle and Alaric tried to look through the darkness, and while Alaric could see what appeared to be figures huddled amongst the benches and the seats in the auditorium, it was hard to tell whether they were allies, enemies, alive, dead, sitting in ambush. It was almost impossible to tell. So it could have been possible that you guys were walking directly into a trap. But just before a decision was made, Alaric burst into the theater, or burst into the school, carrying another body that appeared to... What did I say?
Alaric.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Thank you. Alchrist, Skoda's nephew, came bursting through the door and carrying Evie's body, or carrying a body that appeared to be Evie, and claimed that you could not trust the Evie that was with you or Fimbris in front of you, and that he would explain after, but it was imperative that you all seized them, restrained them. So at the beginning of the next session, 2 sessions ago, last session, I guess. At the last session, you all did your best to identify who was the real Evie. Some fighting happened, some convincing happened. It was a lot of back and forth. We separated them into Spicy Evie and Sleepy Evie to kind of differentiate. Spicy Evie pretty much convinced Emmy that she was the ally and that Alchrist needed to be taken out. Alaric took control of Sleepy Evie and kind of placed her over in a corner to keep her safe. Fimbris at first seemed to be more interested in keeping you all in place. He was trying to like not subdue you, but he was holding on to you pretty tightly, and a couple of you noticed that he was doing so in a way that was hindering your ability to fight back or defend yourselves. Spicy Evie had cast some spells to ensure that it was also difficult for you to move around, as if they were trying to hold you in place and dissuade you from fighting. But in the end, Fimbris went a little too far with Adom, and Adom kicked him in the head. And upon kicking him in the head, Fimbris, his whole body shifted and rippled and took the form of a doppelganger right in front of you. And so it was pretty apparent from that point on that at least Fimbris was being, or Fimbris was not Fimbris. He had been kidnapped or removed, or in some way, shape, or form, his form had been taken over. Evie at this point had convinced Emmy that she was the real one, and so Emmy went to go attack Alchrist, and Alchrist banished her from existence, essentially. And Kyle, who had been looking over Sleepy Evie, was convinced, or had been convinced by Sleepy Evie, that she was the real one. So Kyle putting an arrow directly through Spicy Evie's heart also revealed, I believe it was like 38 points of damage or something like that. I think he rolled a crit. So Spicy Evie, upon getting shot in the chest with an arrow, also revealed that her true form was that of a doppelganger. And so I believe it was literally that same round. Spicy Evie was put down. Emmy was brought back from whatever plane of existence she was banished to. And it became clear that both of the doppelgangers, who are now dead, were leading you into a trap. Because as Kyle decided to roll his psi crystal into the room in an attempt to gain some light, a figure stepped out of the darkness, slow clapping. And as he slow clapped, the lights around the auditorium lit up. Figures around the auditorium stood up and revealed that you all were surrounded. So you immediately decided to attempt escaping. Some blows were exchanged, bolts were fired. I believe Adom was hit once. Alchrist was actually hit a couple of times. Some of them tried to hit Sleepy Evie, but Emmy's armor bounced off, or deflected it rather. And Sleepy Evie was able to get off a spell, or you guys were aided by 2 things. Alaric tossing a vial of alchemist fire into the theater, essentially setting the curtains on fire, and Sleepy Evie, or just regular Evie now, cast a Dust Devil spell, which caused the spread of that fire and picked up a wind to block them off. And so you all were able to escape through the front door. And the last thing you saw was this figure, who you assumed to be Manchun, stepping up to the doors kind of nodding his head either in appreciation or regrets or something. It was hard to read his intentions behind that. And then stepping back into the shadows or through the flames of the fire and the doors slamming behind you as Algrist began to lead you through the streets of Candlekeep. And that is where we ended the last session. So that was a quick 20-minute debrief of everything that you've been through in the last 2 days, essentially. We are in the early afternoon or late morning, I would say, of day 3, technically, of you being here at Candlekeep. Some of you expended spell slots. A lot of you expended spell slots in the last fight with the doppelgangers and to escape the ambush. And some of you are kind of low on HP, so we'll address that here in a bit. But your current status is trying to escape through to wherever Algrist is taking you to. And that's where we're at. So,
Question.
yes.
So it's about Evie, like the sleepy Evie and the spicy Evie. So the Evie that was fighting with all of us, was it the spicy Evie? Or just for a moment there was some kind of like she vanished or something like
Fighting
that?
with you at which time?
Like you remember those spells that initially trapped most of everybody, pushed us, with the wind and everything like that,
The astronomy tower thingy.
At the
yeah,
Astronomicon?
yeah, at the astronomy. Yes.
Sure. So out of character, I think we've already clarified. I think I spoke up at the last time. So out of character, Evie, that was spicy Evie, not sleepy Evie. So that
Okay.
was doppelganger Evie. In character,
Okay.
maybe you don't know
We
yet.
don't we don't know.
Evie hasn't had a
No, it's
chance.
just
Yeah, Evie hasn't really had a chance to explain what happened. Algrist hasn't had a chance to explain what happened or what is going on. Essentially, you guys were fleeing for your lives and currently kind of still are. So
okay.
that's where we're at.
I just wanted to ask out of character, just for context,
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, out of character. No, that was doppelganger Evie the whole time.
Damn. Okay. And that's all my questions.
All right. Are there any other questions or clarifying remarks that need to be made or clarifying questions about anything that you guys have done over the last 4 months? I know it's a lot. Or anything about where you are now, obviously. That's probably the most important part.
Is the cryptogram that we have right now, is that the only copy?
No. Well, I mean, maybe. Whoever accessed the cryptogram the first time and left it open on the desk either had a way to copy it, or most likely had a way to copy it, or had a way to memorize it, or took a copy. It wasn't removed from the library for whatever reason. Maybe it can't. None of you have actually tried to destroy the book you're holding. But the most likely scenario is that whoever accessed this book first has access to everything that you do.
Okay.
Like I said before, that's why it's been a race this whole time. You're trying to solve these riddles before the enemy solves these riddles. It's also why you've been ambushed like 3 times at this point, right? The enemy knows where you're going because they have to define the same things you do, if that makes sense. So, yeah. You do know for a fact that you have information that the enemy doesn't, most likely, right? The assassin who was sent to the Draconoicus didn't know the answer to the question and didn't have a chance to relay it back to Manchun or anyone else, right? You fought him and killed him, or he died, he killed himself. But so there's a good chance that they don't know the answer to the first riddle, but at the same time, now that you know that Doppelganger Evie has infiltrated the party briefly, it could be possible that the Doppelganger knew and was able to relay information in some way, shape, or form. So, Who knows? It's hard to tell whether you're a step ahead of them or they're a step ahead of you or whether you're evenly matched, but that's where we're at now.
Spicy.
Yeah. Anything else? Any other questions? Perfect. Oh, go ahead.
No.
No, you don't have a question, or no, you just want to get on with things?
No, I don't have a question.
Okay. So today, ideally, we will be able to wrap all of this up. We have a lot going on. A lot of it will be narrative driven. So I will be talking in and out of character a lot, and it's your job to interject and do things that your character would want to. If you have questions, ask questions. If you have answers, give answers. If you need to do something else, then we'll do something else. But for right now, where we left off last time, and as I stated earlier, you are being led through the streets of Candlekeep in a westernly direction. You kind of are skirting the northernmost parts. We can probably get in here, and I'll give you this. So you guys started here. Well, you started this morning at the Draconoicus. You headed north into the School of Drama, and Alchrist is now leading you kind of around this northern part of the of Candlekeep. And you're not entirely sure. He's taking you in different routes, kind of the shadier parts. By shady, I don't mean like bad. I just mean the less traveled. He's taking you down alleys and down weird staircases. He seems to be even backtracking some, as if he's trying to avoid a tail. But yeah, that's where he's going. After about 10 or 15 minutes, you start to notice some kind of pattern, and it does look like while he's backtracking and such, he is leading you in down now, or more in a western direction, and you can start to see some what I'm looking for, some buildings that you recognize, some landmarks that you recognize. You can see off in the distance the Sea Warden's Tower. You can see that the tree that holds the Oak Tree Apothecary, you can start to see that throughout some of the buildings, and you can even start to see remnants of the Cursed Tower as you go. Off in the distance, you can see other things, but these appear to be getting closer as you travel in a more western direction now through Candlekeep. So, let me all get a quick D20 roll for your talking order.
Bam.
Second. I've been rolling shit in Baldur's Gate. I hope it doesn't
Ooh.
transfer here.
Oh, you're all good.
That's it.
You're all...
We got a 9.
When the highest roll is a 13, we may have troubles today. Okay, so it looks like Alaric, and then we have Adom, and then we have Evie, Kyle, Emmy. Evie, Kyle, Emmy. Okay, so that is the talking order for now. So as I said, it's been about 10-15 minutes of you rushing through. Emmy still has Evie in her arms. Evie does appear to be ill still. One of the ways you discovered, or that Kyle was able to confirm that this Evie seems to be the real one, is that she did in fact have a bite mark on her upper shoulder that was left there during the fight with Amazi Kodo. And so she seems to be still experiencing, other than just being having other bruises and, you know, potentially being knocked out, she is suffering from plague rot, I believe is what we were calling it. And so she is not in the greatest of shape. So Emmy is carrying her. Everyone else is kind of rushing through and trying to keep an eye out and following Alchrist to the best of their abilities. But this is the point where you all get control. So while Alchrist is leading you, you have a couple things to consider. Firstly, is Alchrist an ally? Is he truly your friend? Is he leading you where he wants you to go, or where you want to go? Is he leading you to danger? Should you ask him questions? Will he answer those questions? Things like that. So this is your time. as you get closer and closer to whatever destination he's leading you to, this is your time to talk. So, Alaric, really, I just need to know, or everyone, when it's your turn to talk, what is your character doing, or how are you feeling as you're being led through Candlekeep in some unknown direction?
Alaric feels. Can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, my ping is spiking again, but so you might experience delay. But Alaric is worried about Evie a lot. Like he wants to try to help. Would the health potion at least improve her health in the meantime until we find something?
Yeah, I
Like just
believe
pour it on the wound.
somebody gave her a potion already.
Okay.
I could be incorrect, but Evie, you can clarify. How are you feeling? What's your health looking like?
I was able to take a health potion, and so now I'm at 11 out of 42
Okay,
with 5 temporary.
gotcha. So, Alaric, based on what you've experienced before, Evie is not necessarily on the brink of death just yet. You've seen these symptoms before. You saw the symptoms when it came to Silvira earlier, right? You interviewed her at the beginning of the first day that you were in Candlekeep, more or less, and you noticed that she was sweating and had chills, and it was costing her a lot of energy to move or talk. And Evie is experiencing a lot of these same symptoms. You know that she's being, she's been infected with plague rot, and so no, a regular potion, while giving her, some health back while allowing her to sustain some more damage, it's going to take more magic to relieve her of these symptoms, or relieve her of the disease. Really, the best thing that you know of now to get her would be rest, but that's going to be hard to find given the circumstances.
Okay. We're currently following Alchrist, right? Was it Alchrist or?
Yep, you're correct, Alchrist.
Yeah, he's gonna be a little suspicious, and he's gonna maybe try to maybe stop for a bit and say, ask him if he's the real one. Like,
yeah, okay. Go ahead and roll a. Are you trying to convince him, or are you trying to be intimidating? Go ahead and roll a charisma check for me. It's either persuasion or intimidation, whatever you think Alaric would be trying to do in the situation.
let's say persuasion, because I don't think he's unsure. Oh, look at that. Plus what? 4. So that's 23.
Yeah. So I mean, on the first roll, or in the first attempt to get Alchrist's information, what exactly are you trying to get from him?
Like, can we trust you? Are you sure you're not one of them? How do we know that you're not one of them too? That's the exact question. How do we know you're not one of them? Why should we follow you?
That is a good question, and he stops for a second and looks over all of you. You all know that the doppelgangers entered just late yesterday evening. Ask me a question. Ask me something that only I would know. Something that happened before then.
I know.
Okay.
What did we bring you when we first arrived?
Ooh.
Yeah. So he kind of raises his eyebrow at you, and he's a little confused at first. Oh, you mean the job that you were hired to do? You came from Waterdeep. You were asked to bring a chest to me, and I was supposed to return a book to you that you were to take back with you. And if I recall, I've not given you that book yet.
Okay. He's cool, guys.
He's cool. He's everyone. He's cool. He's cool.
Okay, despite him answering this and somehow, convinced, Alaric is gonna still keep an eye out, just in case maybe he's influenced by someone else or something, You don't know. At this point, I don't know,
Yeah, no, I understand.
Anyway, anything could happen.
None of you should know. That's kind of the point.
Get off the door. What are you doing, you psycho?
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
exactly.
Get down.
All right, Adom, how are we feeling? What are you doing?
Well, given the fact that whether or not we can fully trust this Alchemist, there were still people after this Alchemist, meaning this one has some valued information. So Adom is looking out for anyone who could be sneak attacking, you know?
Sure, yeah, go ahead and roll a perception check.
Sir. Am I perceptive? Little bit. Hold on. Ah. 16.
Yeah, so you recognize again more than before that Alchris has been doing a decent job at covering his footprint, so to speak, backtracking through alleys. You guys have even gone through certain buildings, under terraces, through some bushes. You guys have been going on this varied path, and as you get further and further away, it's you're pretty confident. You've not seen anyone following you, and you're pretty confident that even if someone was, it would take a pretty good tracker to follow you down the route you've been going. That may change, but for right now, you do not suspect. Or that's not true. You suspect that you're being followed, right? Because that's just the logical choice. However, you've not seen any signs yet of anyone catching up to you or identifying where you're at. And just like the day before, just like the early morning and late last night, it appears that many of the avowed and the normal foot traffic of Candlekeep has been kept to a minimum, probably due to the orders of the keepers or the watchers, excuse me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Apart from that, just keeping eyes out, not saying much, just observing Alchemist. Because what the hell, man?
Love it. Evie, you're up.
What the hells, I should say.
What the hells? The mini hells, yeah.
Sorry, I got distracted by my cat trying to hurt herself.
About right.
Oh my god. She's there.
Wow.
Okay. All right. Had to go get the squirt bottle. All right, we good. So I'm just like snuggling into Emmy's arms right now and also trying
Oh.
to convey to her what happened and what she was doing before she got knocked out by the doppelganger. But basically I was working on the cryptogram while everyone was sleeping. So that way we could get a little bit ahead of with the answers.
Cool. Do you think when you were knocked out, they took that information?
I mean, no, it's in my brain.
Oh, okay. I thought you were like taking notes or something, and they could have taken that.
We got assassins out after us. That's too dangerous.
True. Makes sense.
Yeah, so up until immediately after the fight with immediately after finding the information, the Vidikic answer, you were immediately accosted by the assassin and then essentially settled down for the night. So it sounds like, Evie was attempting to input the new clue into the cryptogram, before she was attacked and imitated.
Yeah.
I will really relay to you, particularly Evie. Everyone else can know too, but you are suffering at one level of exhaustion currently. So all of your ability checks will be done with disadvantage until that exhaustion is relieved.
Okay, and to get rid of that, I would have to long rest, right?
So long rest or
Yeah.
something magical. You could use greater restoration. I believe you could use, I think, a haste potion or a potion of vitality, I think is what it's called, will relieve 1 level of exhaustion. I think it's potion of vitality. You all know for a fact that the food at the hearth can also cure exhaustion. You all were out in the cold for about 2 hours before you were welcomed into Candlekeep.
I have a charm of vitality.
Yeah, I don't know what's the charm of vitality. I was gonna say.
Yeah, so
What's that?
charm of vitality was given to you after you helped the family in the mountains, if you recall, before fighting the Meanlocks. You were not accosted, but you were approached by that family of spirits. And because you fed them and didn't attack them, you were all rewarded with those charms of vitality. The charm of vitality does indeed remove any exhaustion. Essentially it acts as a potion of vitality. You can use it as an action. It does remove any exhaustion you are suffering and cures any disease or poison affecting you. So for the next 24 hours, you regain the maximum number of hit dice for points any hit die you spend. And the potion's crimson liquid regularly pulses with dull light. So essentially, with the potion of vitality, you maximize all healing and cure yourself if you'd like to use it.
I would. So I get my health back?
You do not get your health back now. What happens is you're cured of the disease, you're cured of your exhaustion, and then when you heal, you always heal the maximum for the next 24 hours.
So if I were to take like a regular little health potion, it would actually just do the max.
Yeah, so instead of 2d4 plus 2, it would just be 8, it'd be 10. So 4 plus 4 plus 2. Same thing with short rests and things like that. So anything that heals you, you just heal the maximum amount. There's no dice rolls.
Can I go ahead and do that?
I will say you can certainly use the charm of vitality right now. As far as healing yourself goes, you are in the middle of running. So if you'd like to use your next action to chug a potion, you're more than welcome to do that.
Okay. So I'll do the charm of vitality. Awesome.
Perfect.
Cool.
The charm of vitality is a one-time use item. So go ahead and you can't use that. I think Kyle asked or Brian asked before about the charms and see if you could use it. I'm going to let you keep that in your inventory so that when you leave this realm and to the other realm again, you'll still have it. But I just want to point out that you won't be able to use it again while you're here.
Okay, no worries. And then as for like the whole like me working on the cryptogram, is there a specific one that I'm allowed to share, like that you want me to share, or can I pick one?
Right now, no. We'll get to that in a bit, but
Thank you.
yeah, right now, no. All right, Kyle, you're up. What do you got?
I'll look straight to Alcrest and pull out my bow and ask him what deal did he make with Monsoon.
He'll stop in his I mean, you're trying to make it. I mean, you already made an action, I guess. So in this case, pulling at your bow, he doesn't necessarily wish to fight, but he is a mage, so he always has some kind of magic available. The deal was not between me and Manshoon. The deal was between Manshoon and Alai, but I don't have time to explain that now. I'm trying to get us to a safe place. I'll explain everything once we get there.
Okay. I'll keep an eye on you.
I would hope you all would.
That's it.
Perfect. Emmy.
Emmy's gonna sigh really loud and and cradle Evie very protectively, and he's gonna be like, I just need a long nap. Please, we all need a nap.
We all need a
This
nap.
was too much.
Alcris, I hope we'll have a bit of time to rest once we get to where we're going, but for right now, we just need to get there. This whole time, again, he's been pushing, again, as you're getting closer to this western ward, You've essentially passed through the northern ward, and you're coming up closer and closer to the Sea Warden's tower, and proceed to pass it by. It sounds like none of you are interested in stopping him. You haven't asked him any questions in regards to that. So as you get closer, I'm gonna need everyone here to roll a let's see. I'll let you roll a perception check or a survival check, whichever is highest for you.
You know who it's highest.
Yeah.
Well, if I use when Evie used the charm of vitality, do I also get a chance to use it before I roll this to remove the exhaustion?
Are you exhausted too?
Didn't you say all of us are suffering level of exhaustion?
No.
No,
Only Evie is
just
suffering
me.
it. I was just
I
letting
got it.
I was just letting you know that from your experience with plague rot, you would know, I guess, that she's
okay,
exhausted.
okay.
So she is cured of it now. None of you had been bitten.
Okay. Okay.
Now I'm just low
Okay,
health. I'm not
apologies.
exhausted.
Yeah.
I probably misheard it.
No, it's all
Alright.
good. I appreciate the clarification. Okay. Emmy and Evie definitely succeed. Let's see what Alaric rolls. You rolling perception, Alaric?
Yeah. Give me a second.
I hit that big 3. Okay, 6.
It happens. An 18.
Bro, the dice literally fell and didn't even roll, just
Just
straight 11.
thunk.
Lost an 11.
So Alaric probably rolled perception. Evie, what did you roll perception or survival?
Perception.
Okay, Emmy, perception or survival?
I guess survival.
Okay. So Alaric and Evie, you notice that the path that he's been taking seems to be more direct at this point, and straight ahead of you, Emmy, you notice as well that that again, before when he was making various turns and twists and backtracks and roundabouts and wagon wheels and all kinds of other stuff, all of you notice that now at this point he's going in a more straight direction. Evie, Alaric, you notice that we pass by the Sea Warden's tower, and it looks like we're going as directly close to the cursed tower as possible. You in fact are going in that direction. So that with that information, we will have one more round. Essentially, I just need to know: are you going with it? Are you continuing to follow Alchrist? Do you have questions, or are you going to refuse to go any further at this point? So, Alaric.
Did what was the summary of the cursed tower again? Like there was a little summary thing.
Yeah. So, actually, that's a great question. I'll let you roll for it. Go ahead and roll a history check.
Okay, let me see what I have. History.
Actually, is anybody else going to want to roll a history check? I'll let.
Sure. Oh well, I
Yeah.
critical failed, so I wouldn't know.
Okay, so it looks like Emmy, Kyle, and Alaric. Who has the highest history amongst you?
Oh,
I rolled a 13 in total.
We'll just
and we
give.
got an 18.
Yeah. Kyle, you can go ahead and roll as well. I was going to let one of you roll with advantage, but Emmy rolled an 18, so that's probably enough to succeed.
Nope.
Okay. Another 6, back-to-back 6s. Well, technically 4 in this case, but Emmy, you recall a little bit of the history. Essentially, the cursed tower was the location of of studies in the past, of different experiments, and at one point the experiment went wrong and called a lot of evil spirits into our plane of existence, and they essentially took over the tower. It took a lot of magic, a lot of power to contain the evil within the tower, but even the strongest avowed and mages and everything else at the time were not capable of banishing the spirits back to their realm of existence, because truth be told, many of the survivors didn't even know what plane those people belonged to, or those spirits belonged to. So the tower has essentially been condemned. There have been magical locks placed on all of the doors and windows, and over decades, centuries, wherever, or however long, the tower has pretty much just fallen into disrepair. Not many people, or no one uses it. It is considered off limits. And many of the avowed still use it as a truth or dare challenge, or to test their bravery. Who can get closest to the tower? People dare the young avowed to go touch it and then, or spend the night around it. And oftentimes many come back with stories of hearing voices or feeling sick, or just a general sense of dread surrounding the building as a whole. So that's what you remember.
Okay.
I would like to ask Chris, where the hell are we going? Wait, it's to be clear, or we're stopping.
He covers his finger with his mouth, and like in the general be quiet direction, but he looks around really quick and he points to the cursed tower.
Bro, why?
Yeah.
Exactly. I was literally gonna say why.
Adom, you're up.
The cursed tower.
Mhm.
That's where you're taking us.
He immediately, as soon as you say it, he gives you the shh, be quiet. We don't want anyone to hear where we're going.
Yeah, be
Oh,
careful. Last time they were scrying on us, so they can easily know or hear where we're going.
Oh, my bad.
Is there a way for us to do like an insight to see if he has like malicious intent?
I wanted it.
Yeah, Adom, go ahead and get one more, and then Evie, on your turn, you certainly can.
That's actually what I was gonna say. I initially, before I even said anything, I wanted to check to see if there's any change in behavior as we were getting closer
Sure.
to where we were going. But I guess would that be an insight check too?
Yeah, both of you can. Whoever has the highest insight between the two of you can roll with advantage.
I have a +7.
That goes for her.
Okay, so you have a +7 in insight. That's
I
crazy.
do.
Then yeah, all yours. You can roll with advantage.
That is wild, huh?
Yeah, it's her bonus. I assume it's her highest.
My wisdom.
Yeah, your wisdom is your highest, and then plus the proficiency bonus. 4 + 3 at this point. So.
Oh my god. Okay, 15.
Okay. With a 15, I mean, you're all kind of on edge right now. You're all stressed out. You've essentially been doing your best to make sure you haven't been followed. You're trusting someone who, up to this point, hasn't really seemed all that trustworthy.
I'm stress eating peanuts.
Yeah. However, you said you're eating peanuts, Kyle?
Peanuts.
I'm sorry. That
What?
I mumbled. I did not mean penis. I meant peanuts. Okay, you're eating peanuts. I'm just clarifying. Are you sure? Are you sure you want to leave a trail of nuts
Sorry,
behind you?
I put it away.
Okay. And go ahead, you do you. But either way, that sounds bad, right? Eating peanuts and penis can both lead a trail of nuts.
Imagine.
All right. Back to where we were.
I wanna leave.
We're no longer PG-13. Sorry about that. So both of you, neither of you can really pinpoint any true intentions or motivations. You can tell that he is acting out of a sense of fear, just like you. But that sense of fear has been around essentially since you've interacted with him. He may seem a little bit more nervous as you get to the cursed tower, but it doesn't seem to be malicious as much as just he has a healthy respect for the danger of the tower as much as you all probably do at this point.
Okay.
Okay. So as you all 6 now approach the tower, I need everyone here to roll a perception check.
Oh, okay.
I
Nice.
forgot that I still have Stolas in my pockets.
I have opened my all-seeing eyes.
All-seeing eye. The third eye.
Adam has woken up.
Hey, we like it. Sometimes you just need to
Just
look up.
to clarify, I want to let Stolas free from my pocket this time. It's safe, I think, to let him out.
Sure, yeah. So as you all approach, Emmy's still carrying Evie, so she's probably more worried about making sure that she's safe, more than anyone else. Evie at this point is no longer exhausted and can certainly carry herself, but she just prefers being carried by Emmy, and who wouldn't? So you all start to notice, and again, you're a little bit more on edge as you approach the tower, but you start to see and hear things slightly differently. First thing you notice is that the tower is in fact surrounded by a good amount of trees, almost as if it's separated. You have the great oak that holds the apothecary directly to the west of you, but there do seem to be some various trees around it that kind of provide a natural barrier to the place. But it is eerily quiet, as if birds and squirrels and other critters seem to avoid this place, kind of, because as you look a little closer around the ground, or on the ground around the tower and around some of the base of the trees, you start to see the corpses of various creatures: squirrels, birds, rabbits, crows, gulls, pigeons, various animals of that nature, half eaten, broken apart, seem to be scattered amongst the base of the trees, around the foliage that is not really well kept. Nothing appears to be. The bodies are in various stages of decomposition or various stages of age, so it doesn't appear that anything is like overtly present. But it does seem to be that this has happened for a decent amount of time. So take that for what you will. However, Alchrist walks up to the door and places his hand on the door itself and says some words, and you all sense and feel the arcane lock holding the door in place release as he begins to push the door open. I'll give each of you one last action or word or thought before you enter the tower. If you'd like to challenge Alchrist, if you'd like to go somewhere else, if you'd like to ask, whatever you would like. If you would like to just follow Alchrist in, then you can just say that.
Why the hell are we going in here?
Alchrist pauses at the door. I'm hoping that the others are just as reluctant to enter this tower as the rest of us are. Alert.
Sorry, was talking to mother. What happened again?
We're about to enter the. You're about to enter the tower. Alaric or Alchrist released the seal, the magic seal on the door, and I'm just giving you all one more opportunity to ask a question or to do something before Evie asked why we're going in here, and Alchrist responded that he's hoping that everyone else is reluctant to enter.
My brain is thinking of something, but I don't know about the consequences. Like, I just genuinely want to intimidate him, like in a whisper at least, to tell us why the hell are we here? Because
you can
yeah,
try.
can I do that?
Yeah.
Can I do that?
Yeah. Go ahead and roll an intimidation check.
Oh my god, I would look like a joke.
Yeah, Evie asked, and Alchrist responded, but if Alaric doesn't necessarily believe him, you can try to get more information or try to get him to respond in a different way.
Nah, I have +1. I can't do this.
It's up to you. I mean, if you fail, you fail.
He trusts everyone, his team, so he'll just go with them.
Okay. So Alaric.
Also, give me a second. My mother is calling me.
Sure. Alaric is skeptically following Adam.
Remain silent, just observing.
Okay. Evie.
She's really uncomfortable about going inside, but As long as Emmy's gonna hold her and protect her, she'll go.
Perfect. Kyle.
I understand that others might not come near to the tower, but I'm sure this is the safest place to go.
I don't know if there's anywhere safe
It's
to go at
not,
this point.
this place is not safe at all, but I don't plan on being here long. It's just long enough for me to explain myself and someplace that hopefully we can remain safe for a short period of time while you all recover yourselves from the last fight you had. I'm telling you, I'll explain everything once we get in here. It's a long story, but I can't share details like that out in the middle of the streets.
Well, why don't we go to the apothecary? They would be more safer, and we wouldn't have to go over there.
Lewin, the apothecary and Lewin, they're not set up for security. They're not set up to defend the apothecary. No one comes here. That's why we're here now. No one is going to come to the cursed tower. They know how dangerous it is.
If what about that room where we were supposed to be convening, and it was supposed to be like our own private room?
Out in the Court of Airs?
Sure.
Oh, are you referring to the room in Exaltation? No, Exaltation isn't safe. I'm telling you, they have agents everywhere. And if All is working with them, nowhere in Candlekeep is entirely safe. I'm hoping this place is just dangerous enough for it to be safe.
Well, Evie's gonna look at Kyle and Emmy.
Yeah.
Emmy shrugs.
All right.
What did I miss through the few minutes I was gone?
Kyle just really asked more about why is this the place that we're going. Offered some other suggestions of locations, but Alchrist is confirming that no one in Candlekeep is safe. Manshun and Aalai are essentially, they have access to nearly everywhere in Candlekeep, and the dangers that the Cursed Tower holds is hopefully enough to keep everyone else out. He doesn't plan on being here very long. Just enough, again, for you guys to recover as much as you can, and for him to explain what's going on before you guys leave again.
I'll give him that one. That's a smart thinking, honestly. But okay, got it.
Can we do like one last perception check to make sure we weren't followed?
Yeah, everyone could go ahead and roll their own perception check.
Yeah, we need to do that. We didn't
Stolas
do that for the past 2 times.
Stolas is in the air too, so he could be chilling.
No, they can see him and follow him. Don't do that. No.
Oh damn. Okay, fine. I'll take Stolas back and move on. Call him in.
Hey.
Okay. Lark is busy tucking Stolas in his pocket.
Evie's third eye is briefly blinded by Emmy's shiny, bright chainmail, but everyone else, or Emmy, Adam, Kyle, you, after seeing the bodies and after hearing the silence that the trees seem to have brought, you do gaze out and listen just a little bit harder to make sure that no one is following you. And it seems to be that Alchrist's idea has borne fruit. No one appears to be in this area. There's no one in the glades. There's no one hiding. If anybody was following you, the chances of them assuming you went into the cursed tower are probably pretty low. And you don't see or hear anything that would indicate that someone is close enough to know that you're going in here. So you're safe, kind of.
For now.
Yeah.
As safe as we can be going to a freaking cursed tower.
Yeah.
It's not like Ghost will fucking kill us.
Hopefully not.
We need a rest right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
We need to heal up.
So Alchrist nods at you, sees the trepidation in your voice, and unfortunately he doesn't have the time or the patience to wait around much longer, and pushes his way into the tower, and you all proceed to follow. As you enter, I need all of you to go ahead and roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Here
Oh,
we go.
of course, of course. Nothing comes too easy.
Oh, would you look at that? I have a 0 on it.
Oh, that was 17. Come on, guys, come on.
Nah.
What the hell, guys?
As you
It'd be
Guys
like
is
that.
killing me right now.
as you all
17 is like it.
yeah,
You
no.
thought?
As you all enter, you experience an involuntary shudder as this almost, I mean, clearly unearthly, unnatural, almost fog just lays itself over the top of you. It's almost as if any of you have walked through fog before, and just that dampening effect. You can't see very far in front of you. You can't hear things very well. This fog, you can't see it, but it hits you physically. Kyle, you rolled the lowest out of everyone. You're not harmed by the fog, but you immediately start coughing. It's almost as if it's hard to breathe, as if you're in a high altitude location. You quickly get your bearings, but you know for a fact that if you or anyone else here, most likely, but you know for sure, if you spend too long in here, this place could kill you. You're not entirely sure how long. It could be minutes, it could be an hour, it could be a day, but this place is indeed sapping your energy from you directly. And whatever you're doing in here, it needs to be done quickly.
Holy shit. Oh.
That's wild.
And the gift that you posted is pretty perfect too.
But
Mhm.
that for Kyle, like now that Felix he doesn't want to go in anymore. Could I instead hop on a tree and keep watch? I don't know.
Outside,
Yeah.
if you'd like, you can yeah, you can do whatever you like.
Because I don't know, it's like an instinct. It's a reaction towards what he felt.
Yeah. I'm not I'm not. Yeah, whatever you like. If that's how you think Kyle would react to the situation, then by all means.
Kyle can stick to near to Emmy.
Isn't there a spell that could maybe help us out here?
I don't think I have anything equipped for that.
I got hands.
I don't think hands are gonna help us with this.
Exactly. There's nothing.
Emmy can say like a prayer, I guess. If that offers a little bit of comfort, security.
Yeah, I mean, reaching out to Saluna, again, trying to establish your connection to your goddess. I'll let you go a step further. If you wish to use your channel divinity, it's not exactly made for this purpose, but if you want to use the slot, I will let you use it. And while you know that you can't necessarily eliminate the evil from this place, you can at least buffet your allies against any kind of effects it might have on them.
Yeah, I would like to do that then.
Okay. Then, yeah. All of you feel it. I want to make this very clear. All of you feel what Kyle is experiencing as well, walking through this like fog of evil. But it just affects Kyle maybe a little bit more so. Coming from a place like his home, where the woodland is pure and clean and beautiful all the time, to a place of nearly pure evil, in this case, seems to affect him in a way that it hasn't affected you. So it's not a slight on Kyle in this case. It's just different. But Yeah, Emmy's seeing Kyle's discomfort and realizing that it is affecting everyone in some way, shape, or form. Yeah, so you can use your channel divinity. In this case, placing your Twilight Sanctuary. It is centered on you in a 30-foot radius. So every creature within 30 feet of you um, are bathed in a soothing twilight. A dim light emanates from Emmy. And yeah, you
I was gonna,
Kyle,
I
that
was gonna ask.
go ahead.
I was gonna ask. Open turn base and cast sanctuary.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Um, Kyle, you are the evilness that you felt just moments ago tends to ease as Emmy. It's not gone, and you can sense that just outside the barrier, the evil is as strong as ever. But it does appear that the aura that Emmy is giving off through her goddess Luna is enough to keep it at bay for now. So whether you'd like to stay with your party or again retreat outside is up to you. Okay, perfect. Okay, so everyone here can go ahead and everyone can roll a 1d6 plus 5 for Emmy's cleric level, and Evie, you automatically get 6. So you gain 11 temporary hit points. Emmy, just roll a d6 for everyone. Okay, and you guys are level 5, correct?
Yes.
Perfect. So everyone here will gain 7 temporary hit points. However, here's the thing. So temporary hit points work differently. I don't know if any of you still have temporary hit points from the last fight.
I do.
If you do, the 7 will whatever the highest is, that's what will happen. So if you don't get to add 7 to it, you just get 7 temporary hit points. So well, Evie, yours goes up again. Yours is 6 plus 5, so yours is 11. So if 11 is higher than your current temporary hit points, you'll have 11 temporary hit points instead of what you had before.
Okay.
7, right? Instead
7.
of 5.
Correct. Yeah. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Perfect. So even Alcris, standing within Emmy. Are you including Alcris actually, Emmy? This is I think it's 30 feet that you could choose.
I guess.
Okay. Perfect. Even Alchrist is clearly welcomed by, or welcomed excuse me. Even Alchrist welcomes the aura that Emmy places, and he's thankful that that Emmy, included him. That he's thankful for this reprieve that Emmy is granted to everyone. And in fact says so. Thank you, Emmy. I truly appreciate the honor of your abilities, of your goddess. Please come in and we'll speak as quickly as we possible. I don't want to be in this place too long. And he steps essentially to the max distance. Emmy's aura only extends 30 feet, and he kind of steps into the room and requests that you all follow. So
Kyle trying to get through.
yeah, let me see if I can. Got
Can I take a health potion?
you can.
Hey.
Hey. See if I can do this. That's 30 feet. I'll take this and attach it to Emmy. So now, Emmy, when you move your aura, that's 30 feet. Oh, it's a 30-foot radius? Is that correct? That's 15 feet. My goodness, it's much bigger than I thought. Hold on. So it's actually... That seems wrong, doesn't it? That's 5 feet radius. No, that's correct.
15.
Okay, we're good.
I'll be right back. Someone is at the door. I need to check.
Okay. So, Emmy, wherever you go, your party will essentially have to follow. or have to make Constitution saving throws again.
Okay.
I'm being carried like the little fairy princess I am. I'm good.
You are indeed good. Still. Wherever you'd like to go, Amy. Put yourself.
Oh,
You're just stepping inside the door?
Mhm.
Okay.
We're just gonna follow Alcaris, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just gonna follow him.
So Emmy just steps inside the door, makes sure it's closed. Alcris goes ahead and places the arcane lock back on the door as well to ensure that no one else can come in. Well, fingers crossed. No one less strong than him can come in. As I said, I don't want to stay here very long. I have a story to tell you, but is there any questions that you want answered immediately before I start my story?
Why betray Candlekeep?
It wasn't Candlekeep that I wished to betray. As I said, any deal with Monsoon was with Alai. I had no interest in that or any care for it.
Well, you were still working with them, so you still have some part of this. Either way.
Well, I don't deny that. I don't say I'm not responsible. I will explain further as like I said, but you asked why betray Candlekeep, and that wasn't my intention. I don't know why Ally did this.
Okay.
Anyone else have any burning questions before he continues on with his story?
Is there a way to heal us all?
You're Twilight. Are you asking him, or are you asking? Are you just asking in general?
In general, because we're all low on health, aren't we?
A little bit.
Probably.
Are we able to do like a short rest, like while he talks?
Right now, no. Maybe afterwards you guys can come up with a plan, but in this place it is definitely not necessarily safe to short rest. Okay. Technically, rules is written, Emmy's aura only lasts for a minute. I'm kind of allowing it to extend out because it's cool and because I want to. But all it's really doing right now is preventing you guys from rolling Constitution saving throws every 10 minutes or so. Yeah. So it's not really doing anything mechanically that I don't want to allow. However, again, as things unfold, you'll figure things out.
I'm just imagining like this pretty shining orb around us all and like the fog coiling over top of it.
That's a very good description. That's pretty much exactly what's happening.
Evie wants to look at Alcris and ask him if killing Skoda was part of the plan, if he knew that was going to happen.
His eyes go very steely and he says, "No, that's why I'm here with you now. My aunt had nothing to do with it. Well, she did not deserve to die."
Well, then maybe you should start explaining everything.
Fair enough.
I agree with her. Alar crosses his arm, like starts speaking now.
I will start from the beginning, but I don't have time to go through all the details. If you have questions afterwards, please hold them for the end. There's a lot to get through. It all started, I'll lie, I'm not sure if you're aware, his main study is immortality. He wishes to be immortal. He wishes to never die. And after coming to Candlekeep and reading through tomes and discovering magics and everything you could think of, nothing within Candlekeep was enough for him. It didn't answer his questions. Sure, there's simulacrums. There's finding a deity that will grant you immortality. There's becoming a deity itself. There's all kinds of things, but that was not enough for Alai. It was too much. He wanted more instant gratification, and he didn't believe that simulacrums were, I don't know. civilized enough. He didn't want to make clones of himself. He wanted to be immortal. So he made a deal. He made a deal with Manchun that if he shared information from Candlekeep, as smuggled out tomes, smuggled out magical artifacts to Manchun, then Manchun would provide him with resources that would help Alai gain the immortality that he so desperately desired. But Janusi found out, and Alai was going to be banished from Castlekeep, and Alai couldn't have that. So he knew that I had troubles with Janusi as well. Janusi, you all know that I am a scholar of war. I wish to study how wars are won, how wars are fought, and I have discovered a spell that could change the shape of war forever. It was lost to history, but I've discovered I'm so close. I'm so close to mastering it, so close to discovering how it was used and how it forms. And I brought that to Janusi himself, but he refused to help me. He refused to see how important it could be. He claimed that if it fell into the wrong hands, that it could be dangerous and end the wrong wars. And we couldn't come to an agreement. He refused to help me. So I agreed that the best course of action was to have him killed. So I snuck into Lewin's apothecary and I stole the Midnight Tears, and I gave them to Alai, who spread them on the book of Darl, and everything was going to plan. Everything worked perfectly. No one caught us. No one was suspicious of us, and everything went off without a hitch. He took the present from Darl. He gave his speech at the Deadwinter feast and departed to his room with it. And we all went our separate ways. But as you all know, I believe that was revealed. Well, we explained it to you that I went to go visit my aunt that evening, and that is where I made my mistake. Skoda was upset that Janusi was going to name Feminor his successor over her. Skoda's been working with Janusi for years, and she didn't mean any harm to Janusi. She just was complaining. She was just speaking her mind. And I made the mistake after one too many drinks that after tomorrow morning, she wouldn't have to worry about Janusi anymore, and that she could be the keeper she always wanted to be. And she pressed me for more information, and I shared it with her. And we had a fight. We argued, and she begged me to, or she forced me to leave her room. And that morning, she went to Janusi's chambers and found him dead. The poison had taken its effect, but she was afraid for me. She feared that I would be caught. She feared that she would be wrapped up in it. So she removed his heart. She cast Speak with the Dead on Janusi's body so that no one else could do it for the next 10 days. She stole a cleaver from the kitchens and carved out Janusi's heart and hid it somewhere. I'm not sure where. But from that point on, Skoda did everything she could to protect me and to protect herself. She couldn't bring Janusi back, but she did her best to make sure that Candlekeep was secure, was kept whole. But that wasn't enough for Alai. He was immediately skeptical of Skoda and didn't truly trust her or wanted to welcome her into our plans. Truly, I didn't want to either. I didn't want my aunt to be any part of this, but she was now, for better or for worse. But Alai went off the deep end. He started to do things without talking to me. He bound Silvera's son to him using some magic chains. He didn't explain much. He got them from Manchun, but he bound Silvera's son to him and killed Kalen. He wrote that letter to Kalen from Silvera asking to meet him at the Ponte Paramore, and forced Silvera's son to kill Kalen for his key to the High Tower Library. And when he found out that Todrick didn't have it, he raged. He wanted to tear Candlekeep apart looking for that key. He kept saying that Manchun will not forgive him, that Manchun will kill him if he doesn't get the key. And I was able to calm him down. We discussed it that evening, and I told him we would find the key. It has to be somewhere. And we sent people. We sent individuals to search Todrick's chambers, and we sent them down to the Chamber of Lost Lore to search there. Maybe Kaylin had hidden the key, but we couldn't find it. And in fact, people were finding out that Kaylin had gone missing. Skoda had found out too. But we continued about the day. Again, Skoda was worried that people would find out, so she agreed to host the basketball tournament. And it was then that Alai decided that the only other key in the keep belonged to Alchrist. I'm sorry, excuse me, belonged to Skoda, belonged to my aunt. And so he sent Silvira's son to kill her. And upon seeing my aunt's body, I knew that this couldn't go on any longer. She did not deserve that. She was just trying to protect me. She was trying to protect Candlekeep. And since then, I've been working against Alai. I tried to find, after I found out that the other keepers had been confined to their rooms by Todrick, and that you all had more or less been put in charge of Candlekeep, I knew I had to find you. And so I convinced Todrick that I had information on who killed Janussi, and I shared some of it with him. And while he wasn't happy with what he heard, he agreed that we had to find out, or that you had to find out, excuse me. So I followed in your footsteps. I traced you back to the Draconoicus, and Thava and I go back a ways. She was a good friend of my aunt, and we're one of the only few Dragonborn here. So she told me what you were there to do, and upon the end of our conversation, or towards the end of our conversation, your friend Evie there fell from the upper windows. I don't know whether she was coming to or how she ended up there, but I discovered her unconscious body on the floor. She had fallen a great ways, and it was clear that she was not well. So Thava and I did what we could for her there, and I gathered her in my arms, and I asked Thava if she overheard where you might be going. So I followed to the Astronomicon. I saw the results of what happened with that fight, and after that, someone saw, or another witness, the librarian there, claimed that he saw you following Fimbris north towards the School of Drama, and I followed you there, and you know the rest.
So I'm back. Apologies for being late.
Did you just miss that whole story?
Oh my god.
No,
I had
fuck,
to.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
bro.
I had to. My family just came back, and I had to open the door. That's something, but
We'll just have to. We'll fill you in over time. I think I just talked for 10 minutes straight. So
that's fine. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'll make more questions.
Alaric was too stunned to speak. The lady was too stunned to speak. So he doesn't have anything. But Adom, after hearing that story, is there any questions or reactions or anything that you would like to, anything Adom would like to do or say?
Doesn't know at the moment what would just create further confusion, because there's still a lot to unpack given the fact that Alai was on board with processing everything and just figuring out how to go from there. Stay silent.
Sure. Evie.
How did you know that Fimbris wasn't Fimbris?
I had just seen Fimbris. Fimbris had been following Todrick around. They were looking for you all. And I knew that once I burst through the doors and I saw Evie and I saw Fimbris, and I panicked. I didn't have time to explain everything. So, but I knew that couldn't be Fimbris.
So what do you know about this man Shun? Like
Like I said, not too terribly much. His deals were always with Alai. I was only interested in furthering my research, not necessarily anything that he and Alai had. But Alai assured me that Monsoon had no true interest in Candlekeep, just in the interest of the knowledge that it held. I'm sure you know the High Tower Library has many secrets, and Monsoon, Alai, I'm sure were convinced that that they could both benefit from the information there. Kyle.
What was your? What are you gonna gain from all this initially?
Gain from Janusi's death?
I guess, yeah.
The ability to continue my research. I had proposed bigger spaces. I had proposed more assistance, more funding, more avowed to be assigned to me, and I explained to him what I was trying to do, and Janusi not only denied me additional resources, he ordered me to stop my research altogether. Like I said before, he told me that my research was too dangerous to continue, that it was lost to history for a reason. And I put in years trying to find something like this, and I'm to be denied just on the cusp of success. Like I'm sure you can imagine if one person was denying you the ability to live out your life's work at this point, that it would make sense that that person should be removed.
Well, no, killing them for research wouldn't be necessary. You just find another way to continue your research, or go ask someone else.
Where
see why staying in Candlekeep and continuing your research would be valuable.
Where else
but
in
either
the
way, it doesn't matter.
Where else in the world is better than Candlekeep for research? Where else
I don't know. Why not look?
My friend, why did you come to Candlekeep? To gain knowledge.
Doing your work.
I'm sorry?
Because I was doing your work?
No. Yes, of course, but why were you sent to Candlekeep? Because this is the place of knowledge. There is no place like Candlekeep in all of Faerun.
Right. Well, either way, doesn't really
Look.
matter. What is? Do you know? Trying to find another question. Can you get back to me?
Sure. Yep. Emmy, what do you got?
Was Manchun a part of Candlekeep? Was he one of your coworkers? Or did he just suddenly appear?
No. Manchun is the leader of the... Oh, goodness. I forget. Xantararum? Zentarum. He's the leader of the Zentarum. So
Aren't those assholes from Baldur's Gate?
they are the
I was
assholes
gonna-
from Baldur's Gate, yes.
From the
I
house?
was literally.
So they
I was
are... They're essentially mercenaries. They're killers, or they're for hire. So yeah. Coda is freaking out because my alarm system is going off. Give me one moment.
All good.
Coda, chill, please.
Quick summer. So there, some of the avowed are all in, like on it. Just a yes or no question. Not just one. Like killing Janusi plot and killing some others.
Well, the plot itself, it sounds like it was between Alchrist and Alai and Manchun.
Okay.
All right. Sorry. Go ahead. Zentarum. Manchun is not a co-worker. He is not associated with Candlekeep. He is the leader of the Zentarum, and he just wanted information that can only be found at Candlekeep. So he formed an alliance with Alai in order to gain access to it, right? Alai was smuggling out information to him, and Manchun would funnel resources back to Alai to allow him to continue his research into immortality.
So the key to immortality is in that chamber?
Quite possibly. The Vault of Secrets, I don't, to be honest, I didn't know it even existed until I heard Alai speak of it. I don't, I don't know. I don't know if anybody alive knows what's in the Vault of Secrets. Perhaps Janusi did. As the Keeper of Tomes, he's privy to secrets that many of us are not, but I don't know. Certainly Alai and Manchun thought so. Alaric, did they fill you in? Or Laura, did they fill you in a little bit?
Yeah, the
Sort of.
Ally and Alcrest mentioned were plotting some things.
Alchrist and Alai plotted to kill Janusi. Alai was working with Manchun on the outside.
Without Alcrest knowing.
Correct.
Okay.
Alchrist did not know. Well, he knew that they had a partnership. He knew that Alai and Manchun were working together, but he didn't want or have anything to do with that part of it. They had no own motives for killing Janusi. Alchrist wanted to continue his research, and Janusi declined it. Alai wanted essentially access to the high tower and potentially now the Vault of Secrets. And so they plotted to kill Janusi, which succeeded, but then Skoda found out. So Skoda tried to cover it up, which partially worked. They killed Kalen, or Alai captured or took control of Mazikoto in order to kill Kalen, which succeeded, but as you all know, Kalen had given the key over to Todrick already. So when Alai found out that Kalen didn't have the key, he decided to go after the other key, which was Skoda. So Alai then forced Mazikoto to kill Skoda, which led to the fight at the top of the high tower, which you guys know. You guys broke the hold over Mazikoto, or Silvira did technically, broke the hold over Mazikoto, but Alai had already stolen Skoda's key. So he went to the high tower library, found out that the vault lowered the defenses, let Manchun break in, and now Alchrist, after finding out that Alai killed Skoda, has turned against Alai and is trying to help you fix everything.
Okay.
Did Kazarin have any idea about any of this?
I don't believe so. Alai chose to keep her in the dark for good reason. Kazarin is a very sensitive person. She certainly wouldn't have gone for anybody being killed, let alone Janusi, who she loved. How Alai kept it from her, I'm not sure, to be honest, but I don't know if she ever suspected him or not.
Sounds like the best way to make some amends here is to help us stop Alai and Manchun.
That's why I found you. That's why I brought you here, so we can speak candidly and in private. I think we're back up at the top now. Alaric, I'll give you all one more round if you have any other questions or anything else that you'd like to discuss. Alaric, now that you kind of know what's going on.
So in Alaric's mind, it's like, now that we've talked, can we get out of this place, maybe? Or
Alchris responds, like I said, I don't know what place is safer, but it's perhaps we could hide somewhere or move from place to place so you all can rest, but I'm unsure if that's I'm unsure how safe we'll be. But I agree with you. I don't want to stay here much longer.
because if we're too injured right now to move or go out, most likely we're gonna probably fight our way there. We're gonna probably see who knows how many doppelgangers are there. Can't fight like this.
I understand.
To recover fast.
We are certainly outnumbered, and they seem to have the upper hand. But I've seen you fight. I've seen what you can do, and Skoda trusted you, so I trust you too. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Adam, anything last minute?
Do you know if there were any other readers that were being targeted as a result of this?
targeted for being killed or targeted as allies for Monsoon?
To be killed.
I no. When Ally and I first partnered together, the only person that was supposed to die was Janusi. No one else was supposed to be hurt. But when Darl was killed due to him taking his gift back from Janusi, and he died as a result of it from the same poison. And then Ally decided that my aunt needed to be killed too, and that no, there's already been too many murders. I don't believe the plan was for anyone else to die, but Ally seems to be killing anyone who gets in his way now, so I couldn't tell you. From my understanding, when I left to go find you, all of the other readers were still confined to their rooms. Todrick was making sure of that.
Okay.
As far as anyone else working with Manchun, I don't believe so. Manchun is not exactly the most savory type. He's certainly not the academic type. I believe Ally only partnered with him because there was a mutual benefit to Ally's research.
Okay. That's it for me.
Okay. Evie?
I don't think she's there.
Oh, she.
Evie,
Oh, she. Yeah,
Mel
she's.
said be right back.
Yeah, she's not there.
Okay. Kyle.
You know where Ally might be, or where Manshu might be stationed on?
As far as I don't know. I know Todrick was trying to keep him confined to his room, but Ally is very charismatic. He claimed that Janusi was offering him the title of Keeper of the Tomes. He might have used that as leverage to get himself released, especially now that Skoda is gone. I don't know where he could be, and Monsoon could be anywhere. It doesn't look like we were followed here, thank goodness, but I assume that Manchun is attempting to solve the cryptogram along with Ally. It's of utmost purpose or it's of utmost urgency that we beat him there. Or you beat him there. If you'll allow me to accompany you, I will be happy to help.
Kyle is like very hesitant about that idea, but
yeah,
sure. I'm trying to think of what else could we ask.
Have Emmy go, and then you can take Evie's spot. Last question, if you'd like. Emmy, do you have anything?
No, not really.
Okay.
So according to Evie, she already solved the cryptogram, right?
She was closer. She had used the Vidikic response to plug in the numbers, essentially, or go in her head, verify the pieces of the cryptogram that she had taken notes on. But as far as she doesn't, none of you have put in the puzzle or put in the clue from the Astronomicon. None of you have found or put in the response for Limnus because you didn't have time. And you all were discovering the response to the sixth clue, which was the response of Bat Bayar when you give him a hand, and none of you have put that into. So yes, she was working on the cryptogram. She doesn't really have much more information than the rest of you do, other than she has been able to place the Vidikic response into the cryptogram, unlike the rest of you. So she was working on it. Yeah.
Okay. Then I'll ask him last question. Does Ally have anything like any weaknesses or something that we could use against him?
Magically, not that I know of. He's a very proud individual. He's pretty conceited. obviously anyone who seeks out immortality clearly has some sense of self-importance, right? It's possible that you could use that as a weakness or use that to get under his skin, so to speak. But magically, I'm not sure, and I know next to nothing about Monsoon. Any fight is just going to be a hard one.
Is Manshun also the or he just like he's taking the powers of someone else?
I'm sorry. Alchrist doesn't know. Monsoon is not the man. Monsoon is not a doppelganger that he knows of, but it wouldn't put it past him. You know, the leader of the leader of a group of mercenaries, the leader of the Zentarum being a doppelganger is, you know, who knows?
Yeah. Okay.
Does Alcris know like allies like fighting style? Like you think like he's a long range, melee,
I mean, everyone
tank?
here is most of the first readers, or most of the great readers rather, are either archmages or master sages. Ally is equivalent mostly to Alchrist. They're master sages.
Okay. Just mental note to know what the hell we're gonna expect him.
I mean, Alchrist goes on to confirm. I mean, most of the people here at Candlekeep aren't necessarily the physical type. It's more about academics to them, so they exercise their mind more than their body. It's not to say that some of them don't have physical fighting prowess, but most of them are going to fight using magic.
Gotcha. Well, he's a dead man.
Mel, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Do you have any last question before we continue with Alchrist?
No, sir.
Okay. So Alchrist, like I said, now that we have all of that out of the way, I don't entirely expect you to trust me immediately, but I can assure you that I don't mean any harm to you or anyone else anymore. I understand that after this is all over, I will have to face whatever punishment comes my way, but for right now, we need to find another place to go. We need to get out of here. I need everyone here.
Check.
Say that again.
Inside check.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
I'm just trying to see if he's lying on that last part. If he's trying to actually face the consequences of his actions.
That's fair. Go ahead.
Little lying lizard.
Can I help him?
Yep, absolutely.
Nice.
21.
Yeah. He believes what he's saying. It's arguable that maybe he believes that by helping you now, he's going to get a more like lenient sentence. As he's only really claiming responsibility for Janusi's death. He's very clear. He's not lying by any means. He up until this point, especially the last point, he means what he's saying. But he's probably hoping that he's only going to be held accountable for Janusi's death, not anyone else's. And secondly, he's hoping that, again, by helping you all, he's going to get a more lenient sentence, so to speak. Maybe banishment from Candlekeep or jail or something like that. He doesn't know, but he does mean it. He's trying to be helpful, and he does believe he's going to face some kind of circumstance or some kind of consequences, rather. But yeah, he's obviously not hoping for the death penalty, right? That kind of thing.
I wonder if there's a magic to like a punishment to like take away their magic.
I mean, there's a silence spell. Anything you cast over time can be permanently placed.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's actually rules in the game for creating a permanent spell. Like essentially, if you like Mordecaiden's mansion or Mordecaiden's mansion, if you cast that enough times in a row, I think it's like 30 days. You make the spell permanent. So, yeah.
Oh.
If you're trying to silence someone, if you're just casting it over and over again, you'll permanently silence them.
Just get 30 wizards and cast silence.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay. I need everyone here to roll me a perception check.
Bruh.
Wow. I should bounce.
Kyle and I are
Multiple
perceiving
times.
everything.
Perceptive. Third eye back open.
Yes.
Laura,
The blockage has been cleared. It was just an eye boogie.
Laura, are you gone again?
Give me a second. What are we rolling again? Sorry.
Perception.
Okay, gotcha. I'm sorry. Everyone is asking me a lot of things.
You just
My
tell him
mother
to
left.
go away, Laura. Just tell him to go away.
I know this is what I'm literally saying,
I'm
and I rolled
busy.
it in I rolled 20.
You gotta banish them from existence. Just
True.
say, be gone.
I rolled 18.
Okay. So enough of you notice that Kyle is trying to determine whether Alcris truly means what he says, and as Alcris is saying it, I expect to face. I expect to face consequences when all this is over. Evie, Kyle, and Alaric, you see someone stepping down the stairs, these crumbled stairs in the back, and Silvicus steps down, and you can see that she's like putting her hands in the air as if she's readying the somatic component of a spell, and you can hear her. She says, Alcris, you'll be lucky if anyone in your bloodline survives after I'm done with you. And I need all of you to roll initiative.
Wait,
Oh
what?
shit.
What?
Mm,
But I don't want to fight her.
You don't have to, just initiative. She wants to fight Alchrist, so you can either protect Alchrist or you can fight her, or you can convince her not to fight.
God.
Stolas, go away.
Damn.
Bruh.
mm.
Okay.
Bah.
These aren't.
Oof.
This isn't great. EV total roll.
It was a 16.
16. Kyle total roll.
12.
12. Alaric total roll.
14.
14. Emmy total roll.
3.
3. Adom total roll.
8.
8. Okay, so enough, like I said, enough of you recognized or realized who it was that she's not going to get a surprise round. So true initiative will take place. Alchrist does in fact go first in this case, and he attempts to kind of hide behind the rest of you. He throws his hands up as if he's unwilling to fight as well. He says, Silvira, I'm truly sorry for what happened to your son and for Janusi as well, but I promise I didn't want the rest of this to happen. And he again backs up. He does not cast a spell, but he readies a spell. You can see that he attempts to ready a spell. I guess he doesn't attempt to. He does. You can see the somatic components happening. And that ends Alchrist's turn. Evie, it is your turn.
So maybe we can hold off on this for now, Silvira. Like, I know he fucked up and he should definitely be punished for it, but we could definitely use the help taking Manchun down.
I need
and a lie.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a charisma check, whether it's persuasion or intimidation, up to you. Probably not intimidation, but
I mean, we'll go with persuasion. Okay.
I will tell you that just for funsies, this is probably going to be a total DC. So if you're trying to persuade her, one person probably isn't going to be enough to do it. You all can do what you want on your turn, but as far as being persuasive, it probably doesn't matter what you roll individually. It's gonna be additive. So multiple of you are going to either have to succeed on the DC, or I'm just adding them all up to a big number, and when I get to that number, you'll succeed, kind of thing.
Okay.
So
So
what-
I'm just one piece of a puzzle. Got it.
as you all are. Evie, what did you end up?
Oh dear God.
Okay.
It don't matter. It's a 3.
Evie is the first one to speak. It more or less just falls on deaf words. Sylvira is already readying the spell as if it is going to be cast at Alchrist. Any movement or bonus action, Evie?
I'd like to tell Emmy to move us out of the way because I'm not getting in the way of that.
Okay. Alaric.
Are we are we still trying to convince her not to kill Alcrest?
For now.
Yes, for now.
Can we sit and talk about it? Violence is not the answer. We lost too many people right now, and we need as much help as possible right now. We're outnumbered. Yeah, I mean, you could solve your problems afterwards, after we, deal with this thing for sure, but not right now, please. That's what I want to say.
That was a beautiful performance. Go ahead and roll another charisma check, either persuasion or intimidation. That was more persuasion, so roll persuasion.
So, yeah, persuasion. Persuasion 4.
Persuasion Nation.
Come on, guys!
No.
Come on!
Why?
Why?
Here we
Up
go.
it,
Here
man.
comes Fireball.
Same thing. Deaf ears. None of you are really getting through to her. She's not interested in delaying Alchrist's punishment. She wants it to. She wants it now. Kyle, you're up.
Fireball.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Please, Sarah. We understand your pain for losing Genesee, but revenge comes later. Okay. Please help us. Let's get Candlekeep back to the way it was.
Go ahead and roll.
That's my thing. Yeah.
Good. Higher than a 4.
Can I? Oh God.
Kiss the dice first.
Nah, it's not worth it. I was gonna use enhance ability to give myself advantage, but I don't want to waste my last second level spell.
That's fair.
I can't give guidance, can I?
You cannot.
I wish I'd have led you when you needed her.
People complain about guidance being broken in D&D, but it was pretty broken in Baldur's Gate, like all the time.
Bro, on everything.
Yeah. Okay. So you get through her the most. I mean, she hears she tends to, like, I don't know. She completely brushed off Evie and Alaric, but you, maybe speaking of Candlekeep, for the first time, her eyes dart away from Alchrist. They're no longer burning a hole through his chest or through his head. She glances over at you, and how can you forgive him for what he did? He killed my partner. He enslaved my son.
I never said I forget him. He's still gonna get punished. Like you can get 30 wizards and cast silence on him. He'll lose his magic.
I don't want him silenced. I want him dead, Kyle.
Well, maybe you can put him in trial and he'll get the punishment of death. Who knows? You know, we can just talk about this later. This is not a major importance.
Let's
at
do
the
it
moment.
later. I'm super serial.
Yeah.
Yours got through to her more than anyone else's, but your friends unfortunately rolled a 3 and a 4. So, Adam, you are up. Are we talking? Are you punching? Are you grappling? What are we doing?
Please convince this woman.
Trying to convince her. We don't need to do this now.
Okay. Go ahead. Go and roll your charisma check.
Uh-oh. What's that? Flat 20.
So, persuasion.
Yeah, whatever your persuasion or
Oh,
intimidation, whatever you're trying
I
to
have
do.
some persuasion? Young Adam, what is this? Let me see. Ah, nothing.
A 9? I mean, it's better than your other friends. I'll tell you right now, with the way everyone else had rolled, you could have rolled a 20 and it wouldn't have mattered. So,
Oh, it's collective, right?
I think I fucked up.
How so?
I think I used my perception instead of my persuasion.
Okay. You rolled a 15. That's fine. What is your?
So initially it was a 10, plus, and I did a 5.
Yeah.
With my perception.
What should it have been?
It was 11.
Your persuasion is 11. Oh wait.
No,
It went from a 15 to an 11.
No, my perception is 5.
Yeah.
So I used my
I'll be right
perception by
back.
accident.
Yeah. So you rolled a 15.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what is your persuasion modifier?
1.
Okay. So yeah, it's a difference of 4. Got it.
So what I'm hearing is we suck at convincing.
At least this
Would
round,
be.
you certainly did not do it. Silvira, again, her only response truly was to Kyle, and even then, at that point, it probably shouldn't have been. But she releases her spell at Alchrist, and goodness, it is 11 magical missiles burst from Silvira's hands and fingers as they careen directly towards Alchrist.
Holy fuck.
She is not willing to miss. As you all know, magic missile cannot miss. But she doesn't seem to be trying to hit you all. She has no qualms with you. She did not cast Fireball. She did not cast any AoE spells.
Oh, we tried.
Yep. We did the best we could. Sorry.
Mahalo at you, Alchrist.
Yeah.
Deuces.
So it's a 1d4 plus 1 for each dart. So
11d4.
yeah, technically each dart would do the same amount of damage, I guess. But it's more fun to see the big numbers, so
Funsies.
uh-huh. Oh. Click the button too many times. So 11d4 plus 11 in this case. It would be 34 points of damage. However, Alchrist, luckily for him and for everyone else, does in fact know the shield spell. He's used it once before against Emmy, actually. When Emmy attempted to hit him with her warhammer, he'd used it before. So he uses his second casting of shield, and it completely it blocks all 11 bolts of magic missile. But you can hear, as soon as the spell is released, you can hear Alchrist again. He's it's a lot. That was a lot of magic that he just blocked, and it certainly, even though it didn't hurt him necessarily, it definitely drained him a bit. And he lets out, a couple of grunts as these magic missiles embed themselves or dissolve themselves on his shield. Emmy, it would be your turn.
She's gonna turn to Salvera and then she's gonna say, we don't have to. I mean, you did attack him. Now you can stop now. We can always beat him up later together.
Everything's better with friends.
Go ahead and roll
fight
your
for myself.
persuasion check. She likes. She liked the you roll for friendship. She liked the idea of beating him up together.
Yes. With the power of friendship on our side, nothing can stop us.
Damn, she said jump Jutsu Kaisen, huh?
Oh
my
Oh
goodness.
my god, we suck ass.
Damn!
He said, "Fuck your friendship. I want revenge."
She
It's
says.
okay, Emmy. You still have my friendship. I love you.
She responds
I
to
love
all
you
of you,
too.
and Emmy in particular in this case. She says, "Move out of my way. I have more magic missiles than he has shields, and if I must, I will do more damage than that."
Okay.
She ain't playing no games.
If
I'm
you
not interacting with that.
if you recall, when I met you or when we engaged in combat the first time, I stopped time to save my son. What do you think I will do when I stop time at this moment?
So much power, and you're trying to throw it away at this guy right now.
We need that power for Manchun.
I hate
Yeah.
mages.
I hate mages. I hate magic.
They have so many. They're so intelligent, but when it comes to something like this, they're fucking stupid. They don't think logically. Holy fuck!
It is Alcris' turn again. Let's see if he wants to do anything in particular. He is going to attempt the same banishment spell that he used on Emmy. So
Good times.
he is going to cast banishment at Silvira and say he says it as he's casting the spell. I'm sorry, Silvira. I don't want to hurt you or anyone else anymore. And as he releases the spell, let's see. It is a check of some kind. A charisma saving throw from Silvira, who is an archmage, and poor Alchrist is only a master sage. But just barely succeeds. Alchrist speaks the spell into existence, and you all can see Silvira's form start to shift, similar to how it did with Emmy in the first place. And it's almost as if time itself or space itself is attempting to warp Silvira out of existence or into this other plane. But the sheer will on Silvira's face, or not just, you could see the will on her face. You can see the struggle that she's having. She is able to will herself to remain on this plane of existence, and her form, while wavering, stays, and she begins to ready another spell. Evie, you're up. It is now possible, I will say this, it is now possible for a single person to convince her, if that is still your goal.
I would like to try one more time.
Okay.
Same.
So that 1, 2. I'm gonna reinforce the power of friendship with a 19.
Yay. Talk no jutsu.
You will succeed on this turn. I need you to...
Good lord.
I need you, if you can. If not, I'll come up with something. But if you have something, do your best to appeal to whatever better judgment she might have. What would you say? What would Evie say or think that would finally get through to Silvira in this case?
I'm going to tell her that I understand that she's upset because Alcris helped start all this, but Alai is the one that was controlling your son. Alai is the one who used your son for all these horrible things. And with him, through Manshun's help, have caused all this trouble. Please, like, don't do this right now. Let's take them down and stop all this chaos and get the justice that your son truly deserves.
Yeah.
Alcris is just a pawn in this. The big players are still out there.
So Vera. Okay. Well, we'll say that you succeeded. So in this case, we're going to. I was treating those charisma checks as kind of like an HP pool as well. So instead of doing damage, you were essentially whittling down her her ability to argue against you. And so Vera looks at all of you as she readies another spell. And again, at first, she wasn't listening to any of. She did not really care what any of you had to say. Alchrist's words were completely ignored by her. But when you mentioned Alai still being out there, this flicker of realization kind of, I guess, came across her face, came across her mind, even that it's hard really to explain. This internal struggle, you could see that she wants Alcris dead, but she wants Alai dead too. And she releases the spell that she currently was getting ready to cast. She walks towards the party. She walks right up beside Adom, and even past Adom in this case, towards the group and towards Emmy and Evie. And she looks down at Evie's bite, that is still, present, even though you're cured of it. The bite, it seems to have remained there, and you can see like this, almost like a look of guilt passes over her face as she knows that her son is the one that did that to you, whether it was under Alai's control or not. She still feels bad that you were injured, that that was not clearly her intent. But she looks at the four of you and almost ignores Alcris altogether. And she speaks. She says, "We will use him to get to Alai. We will use him to get to Manshun. And they will all suffer for what they did to Janusi and my son." And she looks back down at Evie and says, "My son didn't mean to hurt you, but if you're still feeling the effects of that bite, I believe he can help you. Follow me." And she steps away back out of Emmy's aura. And you all notice that she doesn't seem to be affected as much as the rest of you are, or at all. She's not suffering any effects, but she walks back up the staircase and presses a hidden button in the wall here, and a ladder starts to slide down or releases from the top, and she begins to climb it.
Well, let's go.
Let's get out of here. Fuck this place.
Okay. Laura might not be there. Laura, she's deafened and muted. Okay. It's been 2.5 hours now. We're gonna take a quick break. It's
Damn, time flies.
I know, it's 4:34 at the moment, my time. So take 6 minutes. We'll be back at 4:40 or 5:40 or at midnight 40. Laura's time, I guess. We'll be back in 6 minutes. I need some more water. My voice is going out, which is, not a good thing if your job is talking. So I'm gonna try to find a cough drop or something. But yeah, 6 minutes, 5 minutes. See you guys in a bit.
Gotcha.
I'm back.
Okey-dokey.
Sorry.
We're taking a 5-minute break, Laura, because I need to cough drop or something.
No problems.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's fine. If anybody's sticking around, they can fill you in. Alrighty. Yeah, we will be right back. Stream. There's an ad that starts in. There's just 30 seconds ad, but we'll be back in like 5 minutes. Alrighty. Sorry, I'm back. I was making some tea.
Welcome.
Yo.
Welcome back.
Thanks.
Bernadette left for yogurt.
Yogurt sounds delicious.
Right?
Do like me some yogurt. Okay, Laura, are you caught up on what you missed? I don't recall what you missed, but
Yes, I am.
okay, cool.
I
Daniel, are
gave
you
her the
there?
quick version.
Oh, wait, on YouTube. It's okay. Quick version is often just as good. Alrighty.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Now we're just waiting on yogurt.
Yeah.
Yogurt net.
Why?
Yeah.
Yogurt.
What kind of yogurt did you get?
Yogurt. Chocolate chip.
Chocolate chip yogurt?
Chocolate.
Mhm.
What?
Like frozen yogurt or actual like?
Yogurt.
Okay, you do you. All right, so we're back. So, you were able to convince Silvira that Alcris can die later. Essentially, you haven't fully convinced her that he shouldn't die. That he's not going to, or she's not going to finish him later or do whatever, feed him to Mazikoto. But you did convince her that now is not the time. And so, she offered aid to Evie to make sure that the lasting remnants of the abyssal plague or abyssal rot are gone. And she bid you to follow her and went up a set of, or whether went up a ladder at the top of the broken stairs. And that's where you all are at now. So, Alaric, you are up. You're free to follow or interact or beat up Alchrist or run away, whatever you like to do. The world is your
I'll
oyster.
just follow. I'll just follow. God, her name. What was her name again?
Silvira.
Silvera. Yes.
Okay. So Alaric would like to follow Silvira. Adom.
Double.
Perfect. Evie.
Yep.
Awesome. Kyle.
Yep.
Awesome. And Emmy.
Yep.
Okay. So you do. Alcris stays behind you, and he seems to be the last one to want to come up the stairs, but sure enough, he does follow after. And at the very top of the stairs, as you get there, you all start to realize that the denseness of that evil presence is lessening, is dimming. And as you enter into the room itself, it seems like Silvira has set up some kind of, I don't want to say base of operations, but some kind of living quarters, some kind of temporary refrain. And Silvira does in fact speak to you, Emmy. She says, your magic is no longer needed here. I've set up protections for us. It won't last forever, but I don't plan to be here forever, and I don't expect you to either. As you look around the room, you can see, in fact, that there is a desk that Alcris kind of steps towards, maybe more familiar with open books and written pages. He kind of tries to stay out of the way as not to anger Silvira any further. You can see a bedroll across the way, some other tables and books around the room, but directly in the middle is indeed Mazikoto. And he appears to be playing with something. He's playing with what looks to be a life-sized doll. It's a human-sized doll, about, a medium creature. Adom, Emmy, Alaric. It's about your size. But it's of some random demon, maybe even a tiefling. But he's playing with it. He's ripping its arms off and tossing them away, and as soon as the arm hits the ground, it magically reattaches itself. He does the same thing with the leg. He rips the doll in half and puts it back together. It puts itself back together. And the last thing it does before he notices you is he bites into the head and rips it off the doll's body, shakes it in his mouth a little bit, and tosses it in your direction. And as soon as it hits the ground, it it reattaches itself to the body, but he then notices you all, and he kind of stands up, and he's a big figure, right? I mean, he's standing 10, 12 feet tall over all of you, and you can see the hair on the back of his neck, that strong, tough hair, start to stand up on end, and he snarls just briefly and with this deep growl. But Silvera quickly speaks to him in a word of Infernal, a couple words of Infernal that you all can't necessarily recognize. None of you speak Infernal, correct? I think we established that before.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, do you? Oh, that's right. You do speak Infernal. You notice that it's some kind of translation. It's some kind. It would be translated in common more or less as "peace, son." And Mazikoto looks towards Silvera and looks towards the group of you, and again he lets out. He snarls one last little time and then just like plops down on the ground, and you hear the thud. You can feel the reverberation throughout the tower as he just lays down or sits down and begins to again disembowel the doll as he makes eye contact with a few of you, almost letting you know, like I could do this to you if my mother would allow me, kind of thing. But he seems to be at peace. He doesn't appear aggressive.
Alark pretends like he's not looking. Avoids gaze.
Just I can't. If I'm not looking at it, it's not happening.
Interesting behavior.
Okay, so we're going to put out the things again, so everybody knows when they're talking. I think it was Evie, Kyle, Emmy. Perfect. Goodbye to Stolas. Bye, Stolas. Delete. Okay, so Silvera calms Mazikoto and then turns to the group of you and and speaks to you. I overheard we have a puzzle to solve. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yes.
We do.
Yes.
Then we better get to it. I would not like to lose to Alalai again. And she steps over to the table and doesn't really, again, almost as she's actively ignoring that Alcris is there, as if she acknowledges his presence. She's going to want to kill him again. But so she walks over to the table and clears the space, pushes all the books to the side, and steps to the others and kind of gestures to the table. Well, if you don't mind, let's get started.
Okay.
Yeah, Alaric, you're up. Good call.
Alark is gonna step up a little bit and ask her if she already knows what's happening or she just overheard Alcrest like speaking downstairs.
I'm confused by your question. Do I know what is happening within Candlekeep?
Yeah, it just wants to no, like with he assumes that she said that she's not gonna like lose to Ally, and then her wanting to kill Alcrest. I wanted to know if she just was upstairs the whole time listening to Alcrest just telling the story, or she just knows because she just knows.
No. That arcane lock was set by me when I entered the tower last. So when Alcrest released its magic, I received an alarm up here. And so once it happened, I proceeded to go down the stairs. I have ways of, as I mentioned, I've stopped time before, so I placed myself in a position to overhear the conversation. I would have attacked Alcrest on sight, but I recognized the group that he was with and decided to give you and him the benefit of the doubt. But after Alcrest confirmed what he did to Janusi and that he was partnered with Alai, I lost my calm, so to speak. But no, I did not know prior to this. I did not know that the Vault of Secrets existed, and I did not know that Alai was planning to kill for information. Everything I know, I overheard from Alchrist just now, like you did.
Well, I know it's late, but I'm sorry for your loss. Okay, and he's gonna just step
Yeah.
away for a bit.
She nods her head and let's make it not in vain, shall we?
Yeah. Uh, he says this because Larg literally thought she was the killer, but now she's not, so he sort of feel bad.
That's fair. I think you all did at some point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Adon, anything?
Just gonna move in, not really say anything.
Sure.
So-
Anything you'd like to do? Any thing you're looking at in particular? Are you just kind of on guard?
Actually,
Or you...
yeah.
Say that again?
Just looking at the pages on the floor, so, like trying to quick glance,
Oh, okay.
not really stare at them,
Yeah, most of them are pretty old. This tower is, maybe this floor is the most intact or the most well put together, and it could be from Silvera's doing. It could just be because, it's the second floor and no one's made it up this far. It's not exposed to the weather maybe as much as the other floors would be. From the outside that this is a three floor structure, so there is there should be another floor above you, but from your vantage point here, you can't actually see where that would go, or how you would get to it. But yeah, none of the papers on the floor seem to be that important. Old notes, and most of them are too weathered to even realize what they say.
Okay.
Evie.
Evie's going to fly over to her. And bring up that you mentioned that there was a way that Mazikoto could help with the bite.
Oh, yes, of course, my mistake. I nearly forgot. He'll have to lick you. Is that okay?
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. So she takes you by the hand and kind of leads you over to Mazikoto nearby, and you can tell that this looks like a circle. This looks like something that could contain Mazikoto or could possibly banish him back to anywhere, right? This could place him back in his plane of existence if you want to, but to Avernus. However, it seems to be deactivated for the moment. Nothing is technically keeping Mazikoto here or contained or controlled or anything. He's free to do what he likes, but he holds out Silvera. I'm going to move your token, Evie. As Silvera guides you by the hand over to her, she holds out your hand to him, and again in Infernal, she speaks. And Emmy, you can tell that she speaks the equivalent of the word friend. I should note, like, Infernal is a language, but I'm kind of interpreting it as like it's hard to completely translate like a demon language into a human language, right? They don't see things or conceive of things the same way that we do, or that humans would, like the common tongue. So, I mean, the word that she uses is like friend or ally or partner or something like that. It can mean a lot of different things depending on who's speaking it. But Mazikoto takes Silvera's or leans down to Silvera's hand that's holding Evie's and sniffs and smells, and you can tell that he looks at Silvera and looks over at Evie and sniffs again, and almost goes back to ignoring you. He doesn't really pay you any attention. He goes back to his doll. But then Silvera holds out her arm, and Evie, you can see that Silvera mentioned before that she was bitten, and you can still see like the bite marks, the scars left behind by Silvera. But she explains that I'm not entirely sure how it works. It seems like I don't really know. Mazikoto is kind of unique in the sense of living beings. Not many of his kind exist in the world, but it appears that he can choose who to infect and who not to infect. So if he is willing, he can lick your arm and draw the plague from it, as he did me, or your shoulder in this case. So she speaks a few words to Mazikoto, and again, Emmy, you hear them. It's more along the lines of protect, friend, heal, ally, kind of thing, defend. And Mazikoto again like tosses the doll down and stands up almost to his full height. And Evie, I mean, you're 3 feet tall, so he's 9 feet taller than you. But he leans down and he's towering over both you and Silvira, but he begins to sniff and you can hear it like his inhalation and exhalation like rustles your hair. You can feel it rustle your wings. But he leans down and he sniffs at where he bit. And he does. He has this long like venom like tongue, if you recall Venom. And you
Yeah.
can feel it like probing the teeth marks, and it places he inserts his tongue into the various holes, and it hurts like okay,
Oh, sorry.
the bite marks, sorry. You can, and at first it hurts because these are somewhat fresh wounds. Your friends have done their best to heal them for you, but you feel that your charm of vitality healed the exhaustion that you were facing and should have healed most other diseases, and you feel better. But as Mazikoto absorbs the remaining plague out of your system, you can tell just how much of it was left over. That last remaining bit of exhaustion, that last bit of tiredness leaves your body, and you can feel the plague. You can feel this evil within you being drawn out through Mazikoto's saliva, through his tongue. And as he steps back, you're clearly wet, right? You can feel like the saliva dripping down your shoulder and in your arm, but the holes they appear to be cleaner than they were before. It's not as bloody, it's not as bad. And Silvira pats Mazikoto on the arm and says, thanks him and good boy, essentially, in Infernal. And she turns to you and
Tell
says,
them that I said thank you.
She smiles and nods, and Mazi, she says it again. Friend says thank you, and Mazikoto huffs and sits down and begins destroying his doll again. But Silvira turns to you and more or less says, I'm not sure if the scar will be permanent or not, but you should not be infected any longer.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And I'm not worried about the scar. It adds character.
Scars often tell our stories.
Thank you.
And she proceeds to walk back over to the desk. Kyle.
I was gonna say that's what the legend of an ASMR said named Arthur say. It's a quote.
Yeah.
I read the story.
A friend of mine said, yeah.
So is quick above the table question. Is
Yeah.
Mazikoto like a beast in the 5e tools?
No.
No? Okay.
I don't think so. No, I believe he has his own entirely new stat block.
Oh, well, I was gonna ask, like, since I've seen him and I'm a druid, why would I be able to utilize that shapeshift?
Oh, no. Druids can only shapeshift into beasts. You can't be Mazikoto is a fiend. He is not
Okay.
Good try though.
All right.
Little
Hey, it was worth an ask.
little pink Mazikoto, giant
Right?
pink
That would be
Mazikoto
so
running around.
freaking cute.
No, unfortunately not.
Darn.
Yeah, I don't even know how we would do that. It'd be cool in some way, shape, or form. It probably wouldn't be Mazikoto's stat block because he's like a CR7 creature or something like that. Yeah, he's a challenge rating 7. So, I don't know. We might be able to find some shape that you could take and that would look like Mazikoto. Maybe we could just use like the gorilla stat block, but you would look like Mazikoto. We could argue some kind of magic, right? As he healed you, you were able to, like, not only did he draw the plague out of you, but he infused the part of himself. And I don't know. We could figure it out. It'd be cool, but we'll say right now, mechanically, no.
Okay. All right. Thanks, anyways.
Yeah, of course. Cool. Okay, Kyle, you're up. Sorry.
I don't know. Are we solving the puzzle thing, the cryptogram?
Yeah, one of you. I don't know if who's carrying it. I don't know which of you is carrying it, but if you're trying to lay it down on the table and get to going, then that's the plan.
Well, I don't have it, so.
What is it?
The cryptogram.
Who's carrying the cryptogram?
Whoever has that book that you took from the high tower.
I don't think I did. I'm looking through my.
Yeah, I don't think we
Nope.
ever established who was carrying it.
I thought Evie was.
Do what?
Were you carrying the
Scared.
cryptogram book? Who has the cryptogram book?
I think I had it because maybe or Kyle. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we ever established who was carrying the book.
Yes, I think we
just
established we
moved
took
on.
it, but I don't think we established who carried it.
We're going to magically assume that it wasn't Evie and that it wasn't taken by the doppelganger, so you guys still have it, because otherwise that derails this whole thing, and I'd rather not do that. So I don't care. Rock, paper, scissors. Kyle, you have it. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Do you want
And
to?
yeah, I put it on the table and I show her the things we sold so far.
Okay, perfect. So she takes a look over it, and Alcris steps up and takes a look as well. Takes a look as well. And this is essentially where you're at now. So, it looks like Fustalogs should be added already. I believe Vidikick might have been added. Yeah, Vidikick was added already. It doesn't look like Limniz was added already, or wasn't added at all, I should say. Oh, maybe it was, because the A's are solved.
Not all of them.
Maybe, you're right, not all of them. That's weird. Looks like I would have done that. I don't know, I would have skipped some. Maybe it was like,
I see like 3 A's already, 4. Yeah, not all the A's are solved.
that's okay. We're more or less just going to role play a lot of this out rather than having to solve it, and I'm just going to give you the solution in the end, so we don't have to continue on. So you go ahead and you continue to fill out the thing. It looks like Evie. If some of you would like to go ahead and start doing that, you're more than welcome to. Like, just solve. The only thing that isn't in here, I think, is Limniz. So the A's will need to be L's. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, everybody do it. Let's just everybody do it real quick. If you find a letter that you know, so like the Z's are Z's, but I don't think there's actually a Z in the whole thing. So that's weird. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Oh.
So why is F? Yeah.
It should be Limniz, not Limnez. So D's are always I's. So this one right here, I made a mistake. I think I just misspelled it. Say that again, Laura.
I was asking if Y's are F.
Y's are in fact F's, yes.
I think I felt that one.
Okay. Use our ins. Let's do an in there. An in there.
E is yeah. Okay.
Okay. That might be everything. O's or M's? Did you do O's, Evie?
Yeah.
Thought so. Okay.
And then user ends. Working on that.
I don't think you know
Use our
S's. I think somebody put S for F. I don't think we know S's yet.
S. Yeah. No, we don't.
What? It's from Fustilugs.
You know F.
Really?
You know Y is F, but you don't know that. You don't know what S is. Somebody put an F above S, and I
Oh,
don't think you know what S's are yet.
we don't.
Put a Z on B or Y.
Z's or Z's. Oh, I think that's supposed to be it.
The hell is this?
Oh, that's supposed to be an
S.
S.
But
S.
Those are S's. Yeah, that's an S.
Oh,
F's
we-
F's or S's.
okay.
Okay.
How do we know that U's are N's? Oh, it's there. Okay. Blind.
Yeah, from the limnas.
Yeah.
Okay. So, you all, it looks like you guys are still in that. So we'll just continue on, and continue. So a couple of you, start to fill in the cryptogram with the new clues that you've got. So Vidikic is added and Limnis is added, and you reply or you respond to the other two that, you were looking for the sixth clue when you were attacked by Manchun and his cronies, for lack of a better word, but
goons.
goons. Yeah, goons is a good one. Um, so Vera looks over and looks at the sixth clue, and Bat Bayar, he bows every time there's an applause in the auditorium in the theater. He takes a bow as if it was meant for him.
Oh.
So, I actually already added that. I just didn't. There we go. I hit it. Boom. Bow. So now you know that K's are B's, B's are O's, and M's are W's.
I have a feeling S's are E's.
Yeah. You're not entirely sure. The other two clues, you're not entirely sure of, but you can certainly start to put some things together. So if you want to assume that S's are E's, Laura, then you can go ahead and start putting that in. Start filling in all the E's that you can find.
B, K's are B's.
Oh, I'm done.
How are you done?
I was putting stuff where it shouldn't be.
Oh, it happens.
Like I was putting this F on the Y, but the F is already there.
Oh, yeah, that's okay. Oh, that's what you were doing. Oh, that makes
Yeah.
sense.
That's how I was confusing.
Oh,
I think
okay.
capital X is A.
We'll just delete these really quick so that
Yeah, please do.
no worries. I was confused because I was saying like S is F. Somebody wrote S is F, and I was like, well, that's weird because Y is F, but that makes sense that you were trying to put it below.
Yeah, I'm just not gonna touch it.
No, you're good, man. It was not a big deal. You were right. It's just in the wrong place. Okay. If there are any spelling errors, I apologize. It was a mistake either on my part or on the module's part or something, but it's probably my fault. So we're gonna blame me. Okay.
Then M is W. Is that M at the end? At the bottom.
Yeah. M is W.
Okay.
Okay, there's a lot of E's. Laura, I thought you were filling out the E's. I was doing it from the bottom. I thought you were doing it from the top.
Oh, I was the fill in the what's it called? The sheet. I'm not really in.
Okay. How does that help anybody else?
So I was was Evie able to figure out the answer to any of these before she got taken over or no?
We're going to, yeah, you're the reason they know the Vidikick and everything rules or how they're applying. So we'll say that we're confirming that S's are E's. I will confirm that for you. That's why I added it. So that's something that you can figure out. So yeah, so now you can start to see some of these. Oh, that's another one I missed. You can start to see some of these words, right?
C is H.
C is H. That sounds correct.
It is.
Perfect.
Can I confirm things for them or no?
You all are working together now, so sure. You confirm, or I mean, none of you can confirm anything, but you can fill in the blanks. You can assume.
I heavily believe that C is H, Adom.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, because up here it
Capital
says
C is
feed,
H.
feed the quill of
Yeah.
something something.
Wait, that's not what I said.
Yeah, she's confirming. She agrees with you
Oh, okay.
that C's are H's. So if you want to start
Yeah.
filling the C's with H's, you're more than welcome to do that.
Yes. And then I believe that capital X is A.
You are correct in Evie's opinion.
A.
Come to the same conclusion.
Correctamundo.
I'm filling in the
Just an educated
S's,
guess.
the
It's a good
capital
one.
S's.
Okay.
Okay,
Looks
I
like
think I got most of the rest of the S's. Oh, it's this one.
Yep. Okay. So
What
the final notes of
the
this,
text button do?
it's good, but it's also bad. It's too small to work here. This image is super blown up, so if you use text, it's going to be so small you can't see it.
Oh, okay.
But yeah. So as you start to fill in some of these, the final notes of the stars at dawn, that word becomes fade, and it rings a bell in Alchrist's memory that Stars at Dawn is an old shepherd's love ballad, and in fact the last words of Stars at Dawn is the word fade. Or I'm sorry, the musical notes, the last four notes of Stars of Dawn is Fade.
Oh. Okay. So E is D. Yeah. A. Okay.
And as the spryest shanty sung on the stick starts to be filled out, it's the Jewel of the Sticks is the name of that pirate ship over on the Western Ward. You can come sometimes hear it at midnight each night. The ethereal crew of wights materialize. They sweep the decks and fix the rigging and polish the figurehead, and they like to sing pretty lewd shanties as they do it. Their favorite is roll, or some of their favorites are roll the chariot, farewell Luskin ladies, sweet parrot o' mine, and chop chop to the rock.
Chop to the rock.
Chop chop to the rock.
Is capital N R?
Yeah.
Let me
So
double check.
if chop chop to the
Yeah.
rock seems to fit the clue, and so capital N would be R. And it looks like you guys are good to go, so I'm not gonna hold you up anymore. You guys are making good progress. So what I will say is that at the end of it, you get something like this. Feed the quill of Alondo the Seer, tread as many steps as he lived in years, utter the original prophecy to unseen ears, sprinkle dust of mechanus on dormant gears. One last guardian of knowledge remains to verify the chosen reader's claims, but those well versed in Candlekeep's lore may fearlessly pass the obsidian door.
Wow.
Obsidian door.
Lark scratches his head.
Mm-hmm.
Like the door that's in front of the
That's the emerald door.
emerald. Oh, right. Okay.
So, so yeah, that is the final clue. So if we look up a little bit, it says, unlock this riddle with what you've learned, but remember Candlekeep manuscripts can't be burnt. The true keeper understands above all that a secret revealed can't be recalled. This is the clue that is given, the last clue that is given to you. Those that locate the forbidden treasure must guard it using every measure. So this is the final clue to locate the secret, or the vault of secrets. And the Silvera quickly recognizes that there's only one statue of Alando the Seer in Candlekeep, and it's located. It's where is it located? I know this. I have it. It's located in the House of Alando, which is inside the. I have it written down. I don't have it written down. It's on the map. That's fun, isn't it? Anyway, it's at the House of Alando, which is inside this place. I don't know why I can't find it in my notes.
Alando Mamando. Ambo.
Founder's Court. Here we go. Boom. It's right there.
Oh wow. Right there.
Yeah. I couldn't remember the name of Founder's Court for some reason. But the statue of Alando is inside the House of Alando, inside the Founder's Court. Feed the quill of Alando.
Within the house.
Say that again.
A house within the house.
Correct. But she does recall that Alando the Seer is holding a quill and an ink pot.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
She does confirm that he's holding, like his statue is holding a quill and an ink pot.
Oh, okay.
So it says feed the quill. So do we need to put ink in the ink pot?
That is a safe assumption to make, but unconfirmed until you try.
Do we have ink?
We have.
Yeah, I mean, there's ink on the table literally in front of you, so you can grab it, and Silvera, multiplies it, so it's a full bottle of ink.
So Evie's gonna grab it and fly up and put it in there.
Oh no, you're several feet away. You're gonna have to leave the tower.
Oh,
We're not there yet.
You guys are in the cursed. You guys are
I thought
here.
we already left.
When would you have left?
I don't know.
You're in the cursed tower. The Founder's Court is here.
You pulled up the map, so I thought we left already.
Oh, I was just trying to remember the name of the Founder's Court. The statue of Alando is inside this square building right here. This square building is called the House of Alando, and the House of Alando is inside this bigger area called Founder's Court.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was just confused. My bad.
No, you're fine. It is no big deal.
Will this count as a short rest?
You can take, while you're discovering all this stuff, you can take a short rest, yes.
Thank God.
Yep. We'll do all that in a bit after you decide where you're going to go next and reveal the rest of the puzzle. So, Evie thinks that filling the the coil of Alondo requires ink, so Evie has grabbed ink. The next step, so this is step 1 essentially. The next step is tread as many steps as he lived in years.
So, how old was he when he died?
I don't know. His date of birth is not known to many. I imagine if anywhere he'd be in, or maybe his tombstone is inside the grove.
I think we need new shoes.
Okay.
Steps has he lived in years. Maybe it's stairs and his house that lead somewhere. I don't know.
There are no stairs that lead, other than those that lead inside and outside the courtyard. The house is not big enough for that, but I don't know. Maybe once we solve the first clue, the second clue will become apparent.
Yep.
The original prophecy, I believe the prophecies are inside the House of Alondo as well. They're written in a very old dialect, but it's possible we could use those.
Sprinkle dust. Like literal dust.
Are they I wonder if it's the prophecy that we heard earlier.
The Winter's prophecy.
Yeah.
I don't think so. That was a whole different thing.
No, she's correct. Those are the prophecies of Alondo.
Oh,
Boom.
you got me. You got
Mic
me.
drop.
Oh, just steps away.
Alondo was the only known, well, one of the only known seers in all of Faerun. He prophesied many things, so the chanters speak of his prophecies all day and all night. That's the chanting you hear throughout Candlekeep at all times.
Mechanist. What is defined as mechanist?
That's a great question. Everybody go ahead and roll a history check.
Okay. Oh, Evie does not know her history.
It was Emmy, apparently.
Story.
Yeah, Emmy's not the brightest.
We
Got
just
you
were slacking
guys.
off
I
in
got
history
you.
class.
I will search my. Never mind. I don't got you
Come on,
guys.
Tabba. You were slacking off too.
Yeah.
uh,
Go ahead.
yeah, I know. Alark's just too busy petting Stolas in his pocket, and he's like, I don't think I know anything. Never heard of it.
Kyle, Adom, you recall that Mechanus is it's in the outer plane. It's another plane of existence. It represents like lawful neutral. Everyone there is essentially, well, a robot for lack of a better word. They're mechanical beings.
Oh shit! It's that.
Mhm.
Oh, cool. I've seen a video of that.
Yeah, Mechanus.
Brian has no, Kyle.
Kyle's out here watching D&D documentaries in his free time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, it's often called Nirvana as well. It is true, lawful, neutral. Everything. A Mechanist is a place of rules, laws, and process. So that's kind of how it goes. After though saying that, Alchrist points out that the House of Mechanus there's a library, there's a House of Mechanus that's literally right over here. How you would get the dust of Mechanist, he's not sure, but if anyone could help, it would probably be there.
It was split it up.
No.
Okay.
I
I
think
don't
I
want to
thought we were
die.
friends.
I think that was the last.
I mean, we have Alcrest
Yeah.
and Severa, so
One last guardian of knowledge remains to verify the chosen reader's claims, but those well versed in Candlekeep's lore may fearlessly pass the obsidian door.
maybe the last guardian requires Mechanist dust to reawaken to gain the knowledge.
Sylvira responds, "It's probably a test of sorts. I imagine a door will open. Maybe this obsidian door will request knowledge from the person trying to enter it, knowledge about Candlekeep. And if you know the answers, it will open. If you don't know the answers, I don't know what will happen."
So to
Well,
verify the
probably.
chosen reader's claims.
Has disintegration on us and we die.
Perhaps.
Uh-oh.
And reader is capitalized. So, like, that's a
Any of us.
position. So,
Readers.
As you all are talking, I need everyone here to make a perception check.
Uh-oh.
oh no.
Booty.
Oh no, no,
Oh
no.
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 No. 17.
Come on.
Bruh.
No. There's a message
Bruh.
behind this.
Oh.
There's a
Oh,
serious
that's
message.
rough.
I
Yeah.
Alark still brain fried from all of this and using Stella's as a last thread, you know.
Kyle, you're the only one that notices that as you've been solving this puzzle, Mazikoto is gone. Mazikoto has disappeared.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Severa, your son is gone.
She she turns and she checks a couple of the candles around, and that's odd. He doesn't like to leave during the day. In fact, it hurts him, to the best of my knowledge. Well, he wouldn't have gone downstairs. I suppose he went upstairs, but I don't know. Let me go check. And she
To go with you.
if you must, but I'm not too worried here. But she walks across to the southern area and presses another hidden button, and a staircase kind of appears. It's not stone; it's more translucent and magical. But the staircase comes, and a panel in the upper floor kind of shifts. It's all kind of magical. It appears there, but doesn't, as if it's kind of both in this plane of existence and in another one. But she begins to walk up the stairs, and her top half starts to disappear into the ceiling above.
Whoa. Okay.
It's next level stuff.
She
send Stolitz with her.
it's not
Huh?
really necessary. She gets to the top of the stairs. You can still see her ankles. And she looks around, and no, he's not there either. I'm not sure where he went, but he knows better than to be seen, and I'm sure he can take care of himself. Perhaps he got hungry or just got bored, but I'm sure he'll be back. But you can tell that she's worried. She doesn't know where her son went.
You think he went through the portal with the circles?
You mean in the middle of the floor?
Yeah.
No, that's not active right now. I have it there to be, just in case. I'd rather send him home than have him be controlled again. But I got so wrapped up in helping you with this, I lost track of him. I'm sure he'll be fine. He's been on his own before.
Okay, if you're so sure.
I have to be. That being said, we have ink here, but the finding out how long Alondo lived and trying to get dust of Mechanus. I'm not sure how to get those. Do you all have any ideas?
Can you show the map again?
I can.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Would we find that in the House of Records? In that information?
Are you asking about
His like perhaps the date of his birth?
I possible. Oh no, the House of Records. No, I highly doubt it would be there. That's mostly for records of books that come in and out of Candlekeep. If anything, it could be. I don't know. The House of Momentous Deeds. As I mentioned, it could be in the. It could be in the cemetery where all the other keepers are buried. It might be on his tombstone there, but
Could definitely check that out. There's also the House of Mechanus for the dust thing.
Alcris kind of speaks up, and any movement throughout the keep is going to be dangerous. We don't know who's watching, and we don't know who's looking for us. I'd like to keep any movement to a minimum if we can, and it looks like you all need to be resupplied as well, which probably means heading to the apothecary. But again, I want to make our trips as minimal as possible.
So let's get what we can get so far. We'll just have some mechanisms. We could do that first. Then we could go to the cemetery.
Mm.
Or should we get supplies first and then go to the House of Mechanus?
So, just looking at this map, is this like a little stairwell, like that goes directly into the house from the apothecary?
It doesn't go directly. It kind of wraps in back here. You can tell that from the Cursed Tower, there's a cellar that kind of goes up this way. The apothecary is kind of its own standalone structure. It's not a building. It is a tree that Lewin has kind of set up shop in. So long answer, no. Short answer, no. Long answer, no.
Still no. Okay. It looks like there was like a bunch of like staircases from like different.
Yeah, a lot of those lead up and down. And, yeah. Some of those staircases literally lead to nowhere.
Oh.
So you can see that all throughout Candlekeep. Most of a lot of wizards, a lot of mages have, they teleport their libraries, their buildings, their studies right on top of existing structures and don't really clean up after themselves. So it's kind of like Hogwarts with staircases that move and lead to nowhere and go to multiple places kind of thing.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay, so looks like there's several locations that you could go. Alaric, what is your vote? What are you thinking?
What like supplies or before we go to where we wanted to go, or
Where is that? What your vote is? You want to go to the apothecary first?
yeah.
Okay, so Alaric votes for the apothecary. Adom.
I'm with the apothecary, but is there any way to get some supplies first? Like
that is the
still on the
apothecary.
11-inch. Oh
That
yes,
is
of
where
course.
we get
Mhm.
supplies.
But yeah, definitely apothecary.
Apothecary. Then it was Evie.
What?
What is your vote? What are you going? What do you want to do?
I'm down to go to the apothecary first and go ahead and stock up. But I mean, I think we should maybe go to the House of Mechanus next. Where's the graveyard at?
Someone moved a mage. It is this area right here.
Or it moved itself.
Wait, the what?
Well,
Oh, the cemetery is here.
our virtual board is haunted
Guess so.
because I didn't even see a name when it moved.
True, me neither.
Did I move the name on accident? I thought I moved the page.
It's okay.
Look around.
It's my fault for not locking them in place.
Oh, snap. Okay.
Okay, so 3 votes for the apothecary, and then the cemetery is here. It's a wooded area. Kyle.
Apothecary.
Okay, Emmy.
Apothecary.
Okay, perfect. Silvira states that she has to stay here for she has to stay here to wait for Mazikoto, but she will offer more assistance to you. If you go quickly to the apothecary, you can come right back here. She will secure the door for you. Alchrist will not stay with Silvira, but he will only go to the apothecary with you if you agree to come right back to the cursed tower so that we can make sure that nobody followed us.
Okay.
Any arguments?
No.
Okay. So Silvira presses the button and lowers the ladder down again and wishes you good luck. Recommends that you
Stay safe, Queen.
you as well, my furry king. And she goes downstairs. She actually releases Alchrist's arcane lock on the door, and opens it, and then as you all leave, replaces it with her own. The Oak Tree Apothecary is not far, but I do need everyone here to roll a stealth check.
We took a short rest, right? Correct.
Yeah, we can go ahead and do that. If you'd like to use D8 to do that, or D8, I'm sorry, hit die. I don't know why I said D8. If you'd like to use hit die in order to recover health during a short rest, you can do that. I think I said D8 because your die is a D8. Is that correct, Evie?
I got a 10.
Okay. Are you just recovering 10 health points?
Yeah, that's all I needed.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Wait, so
You
wait,
go
no,
ahead.
go first. Sorry.
I wanted to ask, just double check. D8 plus my level.
Plus your Constitution modifier.
Okay.
And Evie, you maximize whatever dice you're using. It's a D8, right? Mel, are you there? Are you dead? Okay.
I think she exploded.
I don't know where she went. Okay. Anyway, so yes, take away whatever hit die you'd like, roll those, and then add that plus your Constitution modifier.
I'm gonna use another one. I'm gonna use a couple of ones actually. Seriously.
Emmy, are you full?
No.
Do you see your hit die?
Yeah, I'm using my second hit die.
My God. Okay.
And then don't forget if you have features that come back after a short rest, you get those back too. So I think Emmy, I think your channel divinity is the only thing I can think of.
Yeah.
I don't think Evie's used any wild shapes, but they would come back too. Adom, you get your key points back on a short rest, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So while everyone's still rolling hit die, well, we'll wait because you guys still need to roll a stealth check.
Oh, snap! Right.
I have the hood on, so
What is your stealth bonus?
Let me double check. 10.
Damn.
Same.
Shit.
Let me sneaky.
We're rolling for stealth now.
And I rolled 18.
Wait,
what was that, Laura?
I was gonna ask, are we rolling now?
I'm just making sure everybody's done with their hit die. So if everybody is done, then yes, you can go ahead and roll your stealth check.
I just rolled mine.
Okay, cool.
Let me just.
All right, I'm back. Sorry, guys. I just got an important phone call.
It's all good. If you'd like to use any hit die, go ahead and do that because of your charm. Go
I
ahead.
did that. But I get the automatic full thing, right?
Correct.
Okay, so yeah, I did that. And then are we rolling stealth?
Right now, we all are, yes.
Okay.
Wow, look at that. Roll the 1. 3 ones, like 1 and 11. 1, 1, 1. You know,
Okay.
I should add up to 20. You know, card squirrels.
Yeah, right. That's how that works. Oh no, Evie.
It's always Evie.
That's okay. So
We rolled ones more than we rolled 20s in this game.
I
Like,
mean, you're supposed to be
Facts.
rolling with disadvantage because you're heavy armor.
So you make it to the Oak Tree Apothecary, and at first you knock on the door and no one answers. And you knock again. You can hear some movement inside, and it isn't until you hear like the scampering of little feet. Nibbles Stex goes essentially at the foot of the door, and you can see his little shadow. And you can hear him sniffing at the foot of the door, and he goes back, and you can hear this like squeaking, squeak squeaker, squeak squeaking, and finally Lewin like finally cracks open the door, and looks you all up and down and confirms, yes, it is you. Nibbles said he could smell you. Please come in quickly. And you all kind of step inside, and he lets you in, and he gives a quick like glaring glance at Alchrist, and Alchrist says, I'll stay out here and keep watch. And Lewin nods his head, of course, Reader, and closes the door behind you and locks it even. But what all can I do for you here? You shouldn't be out. It's dangerous out there.
We need supplies.
Yeah, we know.
Supplies? What for?
Well, we're trying to confront the intruders that came into Candlekeep. So we require supplies.
Are you sure that's safe? I mean, the Watchers, that's their job. I don't see
Well,
what.
they don't seem to be doing anything, so we're taking the matter into our own hands.
If you insist, I'm not. I guess I shouldn't argue. Yes, of course. Anything that you need, I can have ready for you. Just let me know. You will get so. Let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and you'll get a discount on whatever it is you buy. But essentially you have kind of free reign up to a certain point. So quickly take a few minutes.
Can I get a potion of empowerment?
That's what level is that?
I'm kidding.
Okay. Yeah. So anything uncommon and below you can have, no problem. So and you'll get a brief discount on it.
Let's see, best potions in D&D. Google.
Okay.
We get
wait,
discount.
only potions, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Can I get a potion of fire breath? It's uncommon.
Yeah. Sure, you can. Absolutely can.
Oh my god.
let me Google real quick.
Any potion?
Any potion uncommon or lower. So, basic healing potions, standard
Is there
healing.
something to give me my freaking spell slots back?
Ooh,
Probably not.
I want greater healing potions. Are we limited to just one?
No. Whatever you want to spend your
I
money
literally
on.
put best potions in D&D 5e, and the second one is potion of fire breath.
Yeah, you think he was kidding? He wasn't kidding. He was just gonna
I
go.
wasn't.
Oh my god.
Wait, Jonathan, you said we could choose.
I will let you choose 5 potions. You can each choose 5 potions. If you choose 5 potions of fire breath, that's on you. I hope you don't get hit.
No, I'm
Wait, what do you mean
definitely.
by that?
Exactly how it sounds. Okay, fire breath potion. It's 200 gold pieces.
What about the greater healing?
Greater healing, I think, are 100 gold pieces a piece. You can have them for 80.
80 each or 80 together?
What do you think?
I want to take 2 greater healing potions, please.
Okay.
Okay, let me pay for
Wait.
that.
It's 200 with the discount?
Correct. It's 300 standard. I'm giving you a 100 gold piece discount.
Fuck it. Take it.
80 times 2.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna need them 5 greater healing.
Okay, so that's 80 times 5 is 350. No, it's 300. No, it's not. It's
80 times
400.
5 is
It's 400. Yeah.
Math was not mathing, sir.
It wasn't. I added 6 first, and I was like, well, that's wrong. And I went down instead of up, and then it was like, okay, it's 40. 400.
I did the calculations. That's chunked out of my.
Pocket hurting.
Okay, so Adom is done with his 5. Kyle, you have 4 left. What are you
Nice.
buying? Okay, you think about that. Alaric, what are you getting? You bought how many? You bought how many greater healing potions are you buying?
Only 2. Only
Okay.
2.
So
And I think that's it.
So those are 160 gold pieces. You're only buying 2 of your 5. You don't want anything else?
No.
Okay. Adom's done.
I already got many potions. I just need greater ones. In
Okay.
case, you know.
Evie, what are you buying?
I know I want 2 of the greater health potions, and I'm kind of trying to look up some other ones right now.
Okay, you have 3 left. Emmy. I'm sorry, Kyle. You have 4 left. You got 1 fire breathing for 300.
Damn.
200.
I could lend
yeah,
you.
sure.
I could lend you one. I could lend you 300 if you want another one.
No, it's okay. One is good. I just wanted it for fun.
Okay.
Trying to see. What's a mix potion?
Probably for alchemists.
Oh.
Not alchemists, artificers. Artificers can mix certain potions together. All right, well, Kyle's thinking Emmy. What are you getting?
Yeah, come back to me.
I'm thinking bottled breath. I'm not sure.
Bottled breath. That is an uncommon. Let's see. Bottle contains a breath of elemental air. When you inhale it, you either exhale it or hold it. If you exhale the breath, you can gain the effect of the gust of wind spell. If you hold the breath, you don't need to breathe for 1 hour. Though you can end this. That's interesting. Okay.
Cool.
Let's see. That
Is
is
it uncommon?
say that again. That's gonna be 100 gold pieces.
Okay.
It is
this
uncommon.
Potion of
Oh.
resistance.
Potion of resistance.
Yeah.
Let's see. Which one? Acid, cold, fire, force, lightning, necrotic, poison, psychic, radiant, thunder.
Oh, I thought I just got to pick at the time.
No.
Force. I don't know.
Force.
Force is a good one.
Also 80 gold pieces.
80? Alright,
Mhm.
I'll take one of those then.
Oh, it's that cheap? I'll take a force one.
Okay, cool.
And God, why wouldn't it show it?
So if you drink it, you gain resistance to force damage for an hour.
Sick.
How much is the greater healing?
Also 80 at the moment.
Just to let you know, I'll have to hop off in about 5 minutes to start making dinner. A late night dinner.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't want to end this session without you. We're supposed to be done, so.
I apologize. It's just me tonight, so I need to start preparing stuff early for the family.
Okay. Well then, let's quickly wrap this up and we'll stop in 5 minutes then.
Okay. Let's
Oh,
see.
we're ending early.
We don't have a choice. I'm not going to end the session without Laura. I didn't know Laura was leaving early. That's why we started early, so I'd have an extra hour, and then. But I'm not going to end the. I'm not going to end the campaign without her here. So.
I'll take another greater healing.
Okay.
I'm gonna forego my last two.
Okay. Timmy, what else are you grabbing?
I think that's
Just the potion. You don't, or just the potion of breath. You don't want any healing potions.
I have 2 greater health potions, I think, and I still have my healing spells.
Okay.
Actually, do I get a discount on regular, like, common health potions?
Yeah, they're 40.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and get 2 of those with my last 2 things.
Okay, perfect. Oh, Kyle, what were you gonna?
Can I get a potion of advantage? That's literally what's it called.
Sure. It is.
It's uncommon.
Yeah. Also 200 gold pieces.
Broke bitch now.
Okay, cool.
Okay. So you gather up materials. Lewin sells them to you for a discount, mostly greater health potions, with the exception of a couple of odd requests. But you know, he's an old odd fawn, so he has to go into the basement for some of them. But he comes out with potion of fire breath, a couple of potion of force resistances, couple of potions of force resistance rather. Comes out with a bottle of breath and a potion of advantage. No problem. He lays them all out for you, collects all the money as quickly as possible, and then wishes you luck as you walk out the door. I will need another stealth check from all of you.
Can Alark merge with his
Let's
surrounding?
go.
Trying.
Let's see.
Roll a 19 on the first one, a 20 on the second. What is it?
Fuck.
Oh,
A
he becomes one with air. He is the environment itself. He is everywhere but nowhere.
Okay. You step out of Lewin's shop, and Alcris is still out there waiting for you, and you know, hastily retreats down the tree and across back to the cursed tower. You again start to experience that feeling of dread as you get closer, but as you do, Alchrist puts his hand on the door, and before Alchrist can even do anything, the spell is released and the door is opened. So you climb up the ladder, and at the very top is, I need to add something really quick because I just made it up in my head. Mazikoto is back. And not only is he back, but he's also carrying something in his hand. Where did it go? I had it. Oh,
Oh, what's your break, buddy?
that's where it is.
No,
He's holding
never-
two
never
things in
mind.
his hand. Actually, one thing is on the ground, and the other thing is in his hand. Excuse me. Rather than the let's do this here. Rather than the doll that he was carrying before, he has in his hand a machine.
Oh.
It is
Okay.
a construct, and he is ripping it and beating it to pieces. And at the foot of, or outside the circle that Silvera is currently looking at, appears to be a tombstone. And Silvera turns to the rest of you and says, "It looks like Mazikoto was listening after all." And as the construct is being bashed against the ground, you can see particles of mechanist dust collecting on the ground all around him. And Evie, or as you all step closer, you can see that the tombstone on the ground is that of Alonda the Seer. And in
I want
fact,
to pull out a vial to collect the dust.
sure. And
Good Mazikoto.
yeah, that is where we'll end the session. So,
Oh my god.
that's how it goes. Unfortunately, I did not know. But I'm not going to end this without somebody. I was hoping to be done. I think I said I thought I had another hour, but such is life. So
I tried. I thought my sister was gonna help me out, but I just literally peeked and I see her sleeping. So it's just me making dinner for 4 people. So
So is next session gonna be like short and
probably,
end, or
yeah.
okay?
I don't foresee the next session to be as long. Like I said, I'm hoping that I can wrap it up in an hour. We might take a little longer now that I have more time, but not much longer. So,
Okay.
Thank
you.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that'll pretty much be it for that. So yeah, the next time you get here, you put the last two pieces of the puzzle together, and you can start your search truly for the Vault of Secrets. But
All right.
yeah,
Woo.
that's it for me.
are
So
we gonna find Voldemort?
maybe the basilisk waits.
Oh my god, that would be so cool.
But yeah, the ending of this I think is pretty neat. And hopefully it goes pretty quickly. We'll see. But yeah, I'm gonna go in
Oh
the
yeah,
street. Oh, go ahead, Laura.
I was gonna say regarding the side quest, I may have thought of something. I'll talk about it with you. Maybe tomorrow when I wake up.
Yeah, no problem.
I don't, yeah, was
So,
thinking deeper about it.
just projecting a little bit forward. So honestly, I was planning on not having a session next week because I figured we'd end this week and then I would use a week to prepare for the next module. Obviously, that's not the case. So we will meet up next week. We will finish this module. We will probably miss the week after. So I will take that time to be here at the designated time. And so you can spend that time with me if you want, planning out your side quest or asking me questions or anything like that. And then the week following, we will have another game. So yeah, game next week, break the week after, come back to a new module the week after that.
Cool.
I will probably not going to be able to attend the 10th of April because it's holidays and I'll be out literally all day celebrating.
I think the 10th
So
of
I
April
won't.
is what I just said we were canceling, didn't I?
Yeah, yeah. I was just looking at the calendar while
Okay.
you were
Yeah.
talking.
So session on the 3rd, canceled on the 10th, and then we're back on the 17th.
Okay.
Okay.
I will make
So that'll be the plan. Like I said, I will be here on the 10th. I will be planning the next module. I will take time for you guys. It's at the same time. So from 3 to 7, or as long as you need me, I'll be in the Discord, like in the chat and doing the module stuff and doing the planning. So if you need to bug me for something, then you could do that then. But we'll touch base on that again next week. But that's it for me. So
Okay.
okay. I'm going to end the stream. I'll stick around in the chat if anybody has anything else for me, but yeah, I'll be back in just a minute.
Alrighty.
Alrighty, friends, that's it. Ended a little bit abruptly, but that's okay. Life happens. Like I said, I wanted to wrap this module. I wanted to wrap this module up this week, but without a player, you know, that's hard to do. So what are you gonna do? Life happens. So yeah, we'll be back next week with this one. Next week we will definitely finish. I'll probably flesh out the end maybe a little more. I don't know. We'll see how everybody's feeling. Like I said, I was really hoping to get done with this, but things take time. So that's the way the cookie crumbles. But yeah, appreciate you guys being with us an hour early. And we will be back next week, ideally at 3 p.m. Central Standard Time, and actually finish up. So that's it for me. I love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. Well, we're still playing games, so I'll be back tomorrow on stream. I don't know what I'm going to be doing. Excuse me. We finished Final Fantasy VIII yesterday, which was super exciting. I might just fill the days with more Divinity, if I'm being honest. I want to get through those games. Those are redeemed games, and I won't be streaming on Sunday. So I think what's going to happen is I will just be streaming Divinity tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday. And then we'll be starting Final Fantasy IX on Monday. That's the plan. That is the plan. I'm just going to establish it now. Gavel slammed. Decision made. Divinity Original Sin 2 tomorrow. So that's it for me. I love you guys very much. I appreciate you every day. And I'll see you tomorrow morning. Bye, everybody.